Bonsoir et bienvenue à cette seconde séance de l'audience publique sur le projet de construction du parc éolien de Grosse-Île. J'ai un très court discours d'ouverture. Rassurez-vous, ça ne va pas être aussi long qu'hier soir. Puisque nous avons reçu des demandes d'obtenir de l'information en anglais, nous allons débuter en français et fournir les explications en anglais par la suite pour ce qui est du discours. Welcome this second session of the public hearing on the Grosse-Île Wind Farm project. Since we have received requests for information in English, we will provide information for the different sections in French first, followed by English. D'abord, je souhaite vérifier si les représentants de l'initiateur du projet ont déposé de nouveaux documents ou ont des informations à fournir suite à la dernière séance. I would like to check if the proponent's representative has submitted any new documents since the last meeting. Monsieur Leblanc.
Oui, Madame Paul. Donc, nous avons déposé des documents à la commission en fin de journée aujourd'hui. Je peux vous en faire la liste, là, si vous le permettez. Donc, tout d'abord, nous soumettons les documents qui font suite à des questionnements qui ont été apportés hier, soit l'échéancier de la garantie financière de démantèlement pour le projet, selon notre contrat avec Hydro-Québec, la liste des documents qui demeurent à déposer pour l'évaluation environnementale du projet, les dates approximatives prévues pour leur dépôt, une note technique sur les mesures en cours d'évaluation pour mitiger les risques d'érosion et de submersion par notre contractant en forme d'Axis, une carte numérotée, carte 14, sur les ombres mouvantes, une précision là, sur l'acronyme utilisé hier pendant une réponse à une question citoyenne. Donc, le PACES que j'avais mentionné, c'est un acronyme pour les projets d'acquisition de connaissances sur les eaux souterraines. La capsule sur les mesures d'atténuation pour les oiseaux lors de l'exploitation du parc éolien de Grosse-Île. Et les documents également que nous avons présentés lors de la séance hier soir. Donc, la carte numéro 6, Corem de Conrad, réalisée par PESCA. La carte numéro 7, Climat sonore, réalisée également par PESCA. La carte 8, Visibilité, par PESCA. La carte numéro 12, Climat sonore du volume 2, par PESCA. La capsule sur les retombées économiques de l'Alliance de l'énergie de l'Est, la capsule sur le Corem de Conrad de PESCA, la capsule sur l'inventaire des oiseaux et de chauves-souris par PESCA et la simulation visuelle numéro 1 du pont de Grosse-Île du volume 2 de l'étude d'impact également par PESCA.
D'accord, donc il reste, vous avez vous avez déposé tout ce qu'on vous avait demandé, il n'y a rien en suspens?
Tout à fait.
Parfait, merci. Ensuite, du côté des personnes ressources, est-ce que vous avez des réponses à fournir ou des documents à déposer, Madame Leclerc?
Oui, Gilles Leclerc, ministère de l'Environnement. En fait, premièrement, on devait valider si le ministère pouvait prendre la relève d'un suivi qui était encadré dans une autorisation gouvernementale. Puis après vérification, non, le ministère ne prendrait pas la relève d'un suivi. Puis tel que mentionné là, lors de la dernière séance, les programmes de suivi et les rapports de suivi sont validés par les différents experts au sein du ministère. Puis si un suivi montre des résultats qui supposent des impacts plus importants qui avaient été prévus, par exemple, bien, les mesures d'atténuation supplémentaires peuvent être exigées, puis les programmes de suivi peuvent être adaptés. Puis, on avait aussi une question sur le Corem de Conrad, donc je vais passer la parole à ma collègue Catherine Gagnon.
D'accord.
Bonjour, donc Catherine Gagnon, ministère de l'Environnement. La question, c'était quelles mesures étaient envisageables dans le cas de découverte de plans de Corem de Conrad lors des travaux? Alors, en premier lieu, la mesure préconisée par le ministère de l'Environnement, quand il y a des espèces floristiques à statut, c'est l'évitement. D'ailleurs, ce qui était prévu dans l'étude d'impact de l'initiateur, c'est ça, là, puisque la configuration du projet a été adaptée selon les inventaires de Corem de Conrad qui ont été réalisés. Depuis le dépôt de l'étude d'impact, dans le cadre des modifications apportées à la LQ, à la loi sur la qualité de l'environnement, et adoptée en mai 2025, il faut savoir qu'il y a eu des modifications à la loi sur les espèces menacées vulnérables, notamment pour l'article 16. Avec la bonification de cette loi, la notion de susceptibilité de porter atteinte s'est ajoutée, ce qui fait en sorte que c'est plus seulement l'individu qui est pris en compte, mais aussi son environnement, puisqu'il n'y a pas eu encore d'autorisation pour les travaux dans ce projet-ci. Cette notion-là va être prise en compte dans l'analyse de l'acceptabilité. Ça, c'est l'étape qui débutera dès qu'on aura reçu tous les documents attendus de la part de l'initiateur. Normalement, lors de leur analyse, les experts appliqueraient d'emblée un rayon de 60 mètres autour de chaque individu pour anticiper si des activités sont susceptibles d'affecter son habitat. Alors, ce qui est regardé, c'est en général s'il y a, par exemple, un changement de luminosité, donc s'il y a ouverture de la canopée ou le déboisement, ou s'il y a une modification du drainage, chose qui pourrait surtout affecter des espèces floristiques en milieu humide. Dans le cas du carême de Conrad, ce que l'expert du ministère mentionne, puisqu'on y a parlé ce matin, c'est que c'est une espèce de pleine lumière et que c'est pas une espèce de milieu humide. Donc, le rayon regardé à l'analyse serait probablement moindre que 60 mètres. Ce qui pourrait affecter son habitat immédiat serait par exemple une modification de la topographie du terrain, comme créer un creux qui occasionnerait un nouveau milieu humide ou pas bien stabiliser les dunes autour, ce qui pourrait amener un enjeu d'ensevelissement. À ce niveau, il y a possibilité de demander à modifier localement les travaux pour s'assurer de ne pas se retrouver dans cette situation-là et de s'assurer que les bonnes mesures d'atténuation sont mises en place par l'initiateur. En cas vraiment d'impossibilité d'éviter les plans, et où on croit que l'habitat immédiat d'un individu serait suffisamment modifié pour lui porter atteinte, il serait aussi possible de déplacer un ou des individus dans un environnement récepteur adéquat, par exemple dans l'habitat floristique de Dunes du Nord. Mais cette option-là serait vraiment utilisée en dernier recours pour des cas exceptionnels.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Avant de passer à M. Richard, qui avait une question en suspens par rapport à la richesse foncière, je voudrais rappeler à tout le monde que la séance est traduite, donc de ralentir un petit peu le débit quand vous parlez pour permettre aux traducteurs de suivre la conversation. M. Richard?
Oui, David Richard, chef de division en aménagement du territoire et de l'urbanisme pour la communauté maritime. En effet, on nous avait posé une question concernant la répartition des montants. On avait expliqué que c'était basé sur le partage en fonction de la richesse foncière uniformisée. Donc, j'inviterai mon collègue Jean Hubert, directeur général par intérim, pour vous donner un petit peu plus d'explications.
Merci de l'invitation. Le micro, ici, 1, 2. Je prends les deux micros ou un seul? Voilà, ça fonctionne. Donc, pour préciser, Mme Paul, sur les revenus éoliens, je peux parler des revenus passés, donc je ne peux pas parler des revenus à venir pour Grosse-Île ni pour la municipalité des Îles. Alors, grosso modo, je veux faire des arrondis pour que tout le monde saisisse bien l'ordre de grandeur des chiffres. Quand on ajoute des cents, on s'y perd. Et on voit très bien dans les médias aujourd'hui que les gens ont mêlé un peu ce qui concerne les revenus éoliens. Alors, la distribution pour la communauté maritime des îles se fait sur la base de la richesse foncière uniformisée, qui est une base de calcul de taxes foncières utilisée dans toutes les municipalités au Québec. Alors ici, pour la communauté maritime des îles, on a donc une répartition ainsi. On a 2,1 milliards de dollars pour la municipalité des îles, en richesse foncière uniformisée, et 66 millions de dollars pour Grosse-Île. En pourcentage, on a 97% pour la municipalité des îles et 3% pour la municipalité de Grosse-Île. En termes de revenus des ventes de l'électricité produite par l'énergie éolienne, c'est la même répartition. Donc, en termes de dollars, ça nous donne environ 660 000 dollars pour la municipalité des îles et environ 20 000 dollars pour la municipalité de Grosse-Île. Et ça, c'est le même pourcentage. Donc, 97% pour la municipalité des îles et 3% pour la municipalité de Grosse-Île. Ce qui vient s'ajouter aux revenus de la vente d'électricité, ce sont les baux de location. Alors, le bail de location pour le terrain à la Dune du Nord, qui est sur le territoire de la municipalité des îles, représente environ 36 000 dollars annuellement. Et s'ajoute à cela ce qu'on appelle des paiements fermes ou des revenus territoriaux. Et ça représente 65 000 dollars annuellement pour encore la municipalité des Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Normalement, ça répond à votre question.
Oui, on aura certainement l'occasion d'y revenir parce que la Commission a d'autres questions concernant les retombées économiques, mais ça met très bien la table. Je vous remercie beaucoup, M. Hubert.
Plaisir.
Alors, je continue. Le registre est maintenant ouvert et vous pouvez vous inscrire pour poser des questions. En salle, vous pouvez vous inscrire à la table d'accueil à l'entrée de la salle et pour les personnes à distance en remplissant le formulaire qui se trouve dans le site web du BAP ou en téléphonant au 1-800-463-4732, poste 6. Registration is now open. If you can sign up, and you can sign up to ask questions. If you are attending in person, you can register at the reception desk at the entrance to the room. If you are participating remotely, you can register by filling out the form on the BAP website or by calling 1-800-463-4732, extension 6. Les personnes intéressées à exprimer leur opinion sur le projet à l'occasion de la deuxième partie de l'audience publique peuvent s'inscrire sur le site web du BAP dans l'onglet réservé au dossier du projet éolien Grosse-Île. Si vous avez des questions sur les façons d'y participer, vous pouvez vous adresser à la table à l'entrée de la salle ou écrire à l'adresse grosse-ile@bap.gouv.qc.ca. Those who want to express their opinion on the project during the second part of the public hearing can register on the BAP website. If you have any questions about how to participate, you can ask at the table at the entrance to the room or write to Grosse-Île in French at bap.gouv.qc.ca. Je tiens à vous rappeler les règles de procédure en audience publique. D'abord, c'est à moi ou à Mme Lenné que vous adressez les questions et les réponses doivent nous être adressées. Ensuite, je vous demande d'éviter les préambules dans vos questions. Vous aurez droit à 2 questions par intervention. Ceci dit, vous pouvez vous réinscrire pour de nouvelles interventions aussi longtemps que le registre sera ouvert. Enfin, je vous rappelle que nous ne tolérons pas les manifestations, les remarques désobligeantes, les propos diffamatoires et les attitudes méprisantes. I would like to remind you the rules regarding the question period. First, all questions and answers are going to be addressed to me and Mrs. Lenné. Second, I ask that you avoid preambles. You can ask 2 questions per intervention. You may sign up again for future interventions as long as the register is open. Finally, I would like to remind you that we do not tolerate demonstrations, derogatory remarks, defamatory comments, or contemptuous attitudes. Alors, avant d'appeler une première personne qui se serait inscrite au registre, nous avons actuellement 2 candidats au registre. La commission aurait quelques questions pour ouvrir la séance qui vont permettre de mettre la table sur, entre autres, la définition du projet même qui est à l'étude. C'est Mme Lenné qui va procéder aux questions.
Oui, donc la question...
So the question is for the initiator. So in your documents, the impact assessment and the summary, you mentioned several times that the project was for 4 to 7 turbines. Yesterday in your presentation, you indicated 4 turbines and 7 locations. Are you able to confirm the exact number of turbines that you plan on implementing in this project? Yes, Ms. Lenné, we are able to confirm that it's 4 turbines that are included in the project at this phase here. So yes, it's 4 turbines that we are proposing. At this stage, so does that mean that it could change with time? No, it's actually to go back on what you've said. In the first preparation of the project, there was uncertainty on the model of the turbine that could have been installed, and that uncertainty is specified. The type of turbine has been defined, and so we are now able to define that it is 4 turbines. And do you anticipate, then the next question is about the model. So is it the model that is roughly like the one in Junjuna, based on height and the size of it? Yes, it is similar in size to the one in Junjuna. So we're in discussion with different turbine companies and that are operating in Quebec, and the final model is at this point in time has not yet been chosen. And we're talking about a height of maximum 168 or 160 meters is mentioned in the impact assessment. Okay, perfect. So now that we have established 4 turbines, in your presentation, you talked about 4 locations that are proposed, and so 3 are on a reserve. And at this point in time, are the proposed locations. Can you confirm that they have been chosen? Are these the definitive sites? We cannot confirm it so long as the final turbine model has not been chosen in the different or various parameters to position the turbines. Obviously, we talked about it yesterday in our presentation. There's different environmental constraints, social constraints, regulatory constraints, but regarding the technical side of things, we're going to ensure to respect the spacing required between the turbines, which depends on the model of their characteristics, and as well the appreciation. So each turbine maker to guarantee a life cycle of 30 years for the project. This would ensure that the topography of the site and the spacing and the final locations correspond to the parameters of the turbine designs. So the locations and final sites will depend on the model of turbine that will be chosen. But for us, at this point in time, with the discussions that we are having with the turbine makers, these are the 4 proposed sites. We could perhaps, for the benefit of the citizens who are here in the room or online, we could perhaps show on the screen a map that shows these locations. Yes, that's a good idea. Maybe the map that you had in your presentation yesterday.
Donc, voilà.
So
Donc, on voit là les
we see here the 4 sites proposed.
en face des installations portuaires de Mine-Célène.
We see them near Mine-Célène. So we see location 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the proposed location, but the turbine model will determine if the spacing is sufficient or if we need to take into consideration the reserve location. Okay, thank you. Do you know in which time period you're going to be able, when will you be able to specify the location based on the models? We are hoping to be able to provide that information in the next few months. Oh, the next few months. Okay, so the choice of location depends more on the technical criteria than on environmental criteria. Is that correct? Yes. Yes. I would say that the privileged locations 1, 2, 3, and 4 consider as well environmental criteria. For example, the presence in the lagoon near CCCEPT of environmental issues that are more complex, but as well the over cost that could be brought if we connect 2 zones or 2 areas that are at a distance. So that's another element that is considered in our preference for sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you. We will continue with the question on the location.
Let's move on with the issues on mapping. You were talking about having a deal for the cohabitation on the site with the Ministry for Transport and Sustainable Mobility. The Ministry of Transport wanted to set a specific installation. Have you signed the deal already? The question is to you and to the Ministry. As of now, we have not yet signed the deal. How about the Ministry for Transport and Sustainable Mobility? Are you still discussing about using those installations? Yes. Alexander from the Ministry, yes, we are still discussing about the installations. Let's say you strike the deal. Do you think the consequences will be very less? Yes, Mrs. Lenné. The consequences should be lesser, especially the way to the wind turbines, as it was the case for our studies. But we didn't get enough information before submitting the documents. We asked our experts to dwell on that so that we should tap into all this in such a way that we should assess our study. But it's a good idea. We think it's a good idea. It's also going to be a good idea for maintenance, and so that we should have a collaboration with the different stakeholders. Just a little clarification. If you sign the deal, what I want to know, is it part of the documents that you have to submit and that are still pending prior to your documents? Or do you have any other thing to add? From what I understand, this is not a document that was requested to complete the impact evaluation by as it was asked by the Ministry of Environment. The study can actually go on pending this deal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Madame Lenné, thank you so much. Let's proceed with this localization. Once again, if you strike the deal, as we earlier mentioned, is going to have lesser consequences on the ground. You were talking about 11 acres. What do you think about reducing the print or the consequences on the floor? Yes, I think so far as the carbon print is concerned, I would like to give the floor to my colleague who has more details. Hello, Madame Lenné. I'm from the Ministry of Environment. So far as the study is concerned, we are talking about the 4 wind turbines, and we wanted to have a surface area amounting to 1.5 acres. So the presence on the ground will actually be 1.5. This is what we need. Actually, 4.3 rather. Thank you so much for your clarifications. There's one document where you mentioned there's a map, where there's a print on the site, something where the wind turbines will be installed. So from what we see, it's on the installation. Do you plan, I don't know to whom it belongs, are they being used as of now? Have you reached out to all the users? Yes. With your permission, Madame Lenné, I will now give the floor to my colleague who has enough documents and information about that. She'll be able to answer the question. Yes. In the database that we have been consulting and getting from the Ministry of Quebec, these are the names that are actually given to us from the database. Apart from what is going on the site, we need to identify everything that we need. Maybe it can be a solution later on. Do you intend to use that for the project? In any case, we need to be able to attest to the quality of the equipment and to see if it's fit for the site. Let me take an example. If we can use the paths that are being used by the Ministry of Transport, and we can even modify, let's see how the equipment is as relevant as what we need on the site. I'll now turn to Mr. Richard. You were talking about the project footprint. Are you going to use that? Do you know the people who are going to use that, or there are some leases that were delivered for that purpose?
l'heure actuelle, si je me trompe
As of now, if I'm not mistaken,
nous gérons pas, là. C'est bon. Donc,
we have not yet done that.
en fait,
It's not up to us.
un partage, là, un transfert là, d'autorité.
It's about transferring jurisdiction.
Donc, je peux pas répondre qui gère.
It depends on the ministry that will be
Ce n'est pas nous.
doing that. No, so it means it's not you. So how about the Ministry of Transport, Mr. Arjuto, please? No,
OK, donc c'est le banc d'emprunt.
we are not the ones. So those building footprints do not belong to anybody. Actually, we have some rights in terms of the plant, but it is limited to our plant.
D'accord.
All right.
Maintenant, je vais me tourner vers
I will now turn to
le représentant de...
the representative from Selwizer.
Hier, il y a une citoyenne qui a posé une
Yesterday, a citizen, a lady, asked a question about the impact
d'avoir des éoliennes à proximité.
on wind turbines
C'est le cas.
just close to specific locations.
Côté, est-ce que ça a un impact sur l'utilisation
What do you think about this? Are there going to be impacts on your land use or for the future?
près de votre mine?
What do you think about having that wind turbine in the vicinities? Hello, I'm from Windsor. David Richard. We are just the owners of the land. When the promoter reached out to us, our main aim was to make sure that the project will not have any negative impact in the vicinities. This is still the plan. We don't want it to have any interference during the project. For a little bit context, the mining site, if you take the map and to make things simple, the road is actually east and westbound. The mining site is a dome and it's 1,100 kilometers and 600 meters. It's not in a circle form, but it's a dome. And the closest wind turbine is 300 meters westbound, which means that the wind turbines are not above the mining site. We were wondering if the wind turbines will have consequences. The closest one will be at the vertical level about the people living around or human activities just beside the turbines. We reached out to an expert organization to carry out that research and to do a thorough research on the consequences of that turbine. It was revealed that there will be minimal or no impact. From our point of view, there is no potential impact of the turbine as concerns activities that will be carried out. During the impact evaluation, I think there was an agreement between all the stakeholders, because I know that there are some wind turbines that will be on your site. You are the owners. Do you think that there are some sites that you would like to propose since they are on your sites or your lands? There are some deals that have been stricken, yet it is worth mentioning that we are not benefiting that much from this project. Windsor would like to really support the local people. This is why we decided to collaborate with the promoter. So, the agreement has been signed, isn't it? Sure, yeah. I confirm, as Mr. Dragma just mentioned, we have signed an agreement to operate on the site as it was revealed in the impact evaluation. Thank you. So, how about the public? We will now introduce our first participant, Mrs. Hélène Février. You know the procedure, Mrs. Février. 2 questions to be addressed to us, and we are going to share that. The Commission may also use your questions to use follow-up questions, but rest assured we will not forget about it. Thank you. Just for a little context, how about erosion and submersion and modelization? What information do we have with regard to that? Can we have such a relevant information? So that we can have an idea. So can you please sum up and tell us what you carried out as an evaluation, and also draw the conclusion from the impact evaluation for the erosion and submersion part?
Madame Paul, pour répondre à la question de
Yes,
Madame
thank you. I would like to address to Mrs. Février's question. We have an expert who unfortunately could not be present today, but if we hold these sessions in the forthcoming days, he will be able to join in. So we reached out to an independent contractor, and we drew inspiration from a specific scheme in order to identify what is needed in the area northbound, and where there are 2 reserve installations. So this modelization will help to avoid any submersion risks. So sorry for that. Sorry for interrupting you. If you had a map to be able to help us picture better, it's going to be helpful. Everyone will be able to picture what you're talking about. Do you have a mapping that can summarize all the study? Anyone that you may have? I think we have one. Please bear with me. It's a study that was carried out by the Saint Laurent, and it's actually a projection in the long run about potential risks pertaining to erosion. And the first element is that we are trying to predict what may happen in future. We have so many case scenarios to take into account, and all the case scenarios that the consultant was able to gather for us to have enough room to be proactive. So there is a study on global warming and a case scenario on higher global warming. This is being represented by the colors on the map. As you can see, green for the moderate case scenario, red for a highest climate change case scenario. One of the first findings was on a short or mid-long term, we are predictable, we can be proactive, and by 2050, we have a lesser room for our project. Excuse me? And it's kind of more restricted in terms of times of changes in climate change. It is worth mentioning that the park will span for 30 years with the production slated till 2050, 2060. So you can see the graphic on the left side of the image. You have the sixth and seventh image. These are hypotheses. We can see the risk. We might achieve 6-7 baselines. Same case scenario on the right, you can also see that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, where you have other sites that may be affected by the erosion if we don't do anything. So these are the predictions in terms of the case scenarios in green and red. If we have less erosion, we know that there might be erosion in that area, but we can be on a safer side if there are climate changes. Our consultant suggested that we implement measures to tackle the erosion for us to be predictable and to do that follow-up on a daily basis, year in, year out, and still collaborate with all the stakeholders and the experts so that we can intervene when need be. In terms of erosion and immersion, solidification, or if we have to step up or upgrade the installations to be able to combat any disaster, all those elements have been taken into account. We need to coordinate with all the relevant stakeholders who may also be on the safe side. This is on the long term. Those are protection measures that we need to implement. We need to protect our installations, our equipment. Hydro-Québec, just to name this few.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Leblanc. Madame, est-ce que vous avez une autre question? Ou
Do you have another question on the same topic? Yes, on the same topic still. So what measures do you have to deal with the scenario which affects the wind turbines? Turbines 1, 2, 3, 4. Mr. Leblanc? Yes, so as I was telling Ms. Paul and Ms. Chevrier, we have 3 types of measures. So first, in the design of the foundation, in the design of the paths, all of this preliminary design that we've submitted, the summary, the technical notes of our consultant who's working on the foundations. We are evaluating the facility, the installation of metallic leaves that are very deep into the ground and that are designed to withstand, maybe not withstand, but, well, yes, to resist to a retreat of 6 to 8 meters, vertical meters of the ground in terms of erosion. We would also make an upward adjustment of our foundation to a height of 2.5 meters, where we would find a margin of safety to about 1,060 at the horizon of strong erosion, which would then lead to a high risk of flooding. So it would be important for the foundations to be above the water level in the event of a storm. Same thing for the pathways that would also be adjusted upwardly or raised. So as I said earlier, we have a monitoring commitment for the coastline. It's information that will be interesting for us and will also be interesting for the environment and for other actors in the sector. And eventually, based on the climate evaluations and assessments, this data is going to enable us to prepare or to coordinate with actors in the area to evaluate and assess intervention to stop erosion and protect really the erosion coast. We can't stop it, but we can slow it down. Thank you very much, Monsieur Leblanc. Madame Chevrier, I'd like to see with the actors in the environment, so the ones that Monsieur Leblanc mentioned, what are the roles and responsibilities of each of them? The Commission really needs to be informed about that. Ms. Solomon said something yesterday about the Magdalene Island, saying that there's erosion everywhere. So there's still a sensitivity here of public organizations to try to fix, fight against, slow down. So I'd like to start with Mr. Richard. Your role in this type of management of these coasts, and sorry, the interpreter hears other people speaking at the same time. Yes, Madam President, I would ask Ms. Jasmine Solomon, yes, to give you some explanations. Good afternoon, good evening, Jasmine Solomon. I'm with the municipality of the Magdalene Islands. So our role, it really depends on which level. If we look at the level of protection work, the ones that we've already done over the past few years, it was a project management coordination role that came from the Ministry of Public Security in the framework of prevention of harm. Then regarding the regulatory point of view, then we talk about the normative framework, if you will. So constraint areas for erosions that was imposed in 2016 by the Ministry of Public Security, and the municipality needed to integrate it to the regulation. So the municipality of the island ensures the application of the normative framework as well. So one protection framework cannot be conducted in any which way. It needs to be conducted by a public authority. And when the work is on our land, then we work as a public authority for this work as project managers. Correct? Yes, as project managers, obviously. And yes, like coordinator of that project, of these projects. However, I would like to just make the nuance that in the prevention of harm to this day, it's not the municipality that is at the head of the project. The risk and solution are made by the ministry, and once that is definitive and recommended by the representative of the ministry, then the concept is brought forth to the municipality, and then we continue with it, and we have consultations with the population, and then application and implementation of the work. Okay, thank you so much. Now Mr. Caron from the Ministry of Public Security, to see on his end what role he plays in the control of that phenomenon. Good evening. Yes, good evening. I'm Felix Callon, Ministry of Public Security. Within the normative framework that Ms. Solomon mentioned, it's a regulatory tool that was prepared for the Magdalene Islands. If you can please speak a little bit less fast. Thank you. I know you've said it many times, but we forget. So it is a regulatory tool that's been prepared by the ministry and the government of Quebec that was sent to the Magdalene Islands and also in the maritime Quebec maritime. So regarding the land use and the implementation of buildings in certain areas, the regulatory framework has a cartography or map with certain constraint areas, that with certain actions that are allowed or forbidden, or maybe forbidden but with the possibility of removing these impasses with maybe analyses at the point of geology or the water analysis. So if I take the example of certain projects that were conducted on the Magdalene Islands that were financed by the Ministry of Public Security, we're talking about protection projects. For example, the one in Caponeuf, not far from where you are today, there was a risk assessment that was conducted to see what is the risk that we need to prepare for. So what's the coastline dynamic, how in the analysis of solution we could maybe implement engineering solutions to protect from the risk. For the example of the project of wind turbines in Grosse-Île, the location of sites is not in the constraint area. It's close. It's not in the constraint area. To evaluate or assess the risk, if you will, madam, I'd like to turn it over to Charles Bélan, who will be able to assess the security margin regarding the risk and the issue of coastal erosion. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Bélan. Good evening, good afternoon. In our work at the Ministry of Public Security, we needed to analyze the analysis that had been conducted. So in that case, it was regarding a certain part. We can't validate what was done by the firm for coastal flooding, but the methodology seems good because it integrates the main variables that the ministry deems essential. So the levels of water, the waves, the tides, etc. So these variables also need to be supported and validated by local instrumentation, which is done in the study that was done by FIA. Regarding the analysis of coastal erosion, the scenario that's proposed from a pessimistic scenario, it doesn't correspond to the methodology that's used in the geomorphological approach developed by specialists that we normally collaborate with. The scenario that is used is for projects that are associated to an extreme environment. They're timely, and they're used to generate a protection margin that is linked to coastal erosion. While the geomorphological approach, we typically target or estimate a coastline that is withdrawn over a period of approximately 30 to 40 years. So I'd just like to interrupt you, Monsieur Bélan. In your opinion, the study of La Salle, is it more, in between quotation, is more catastrophic than the methodology you would have used on your end? Well, catastrophic is not a word we like to use, but maybe more serious? Yes, absolutely. So that is what is represented in the analysis of the room. So if we come back to your intervention, when we need to stabilize or secure a sector, are you the one who determines the type of work that needs to be done? Is that your organization that decides? I'll take over from here. So we're not the ones who determine, but the analysis of solutions in prevention projects are done by experts who we mandate to give us tools and suggest solutions to us. The ministry does not conduct prevention projects. Project preventions that were done on the island, we bring a technical and economic support, but it's the municipality that is at the head of the work and that conducts the work. We support them technically and financially for projects for the prevention of harm that was conducted on the island. That'd be great. Just to conclude here, Madame Chevrier, on the side of the Ministry of Transport, Monsieur Sauvageau, am I speaking with you or Monsieur Roy? For coastal erosion, you can speak directly to me. So what role do you play? Do you play a role solely when your own infrastructure is threatened? Well, in fact, the Ministry of Transport has several sectors on the island, several sectors that can be problematic. The ministry collaborates and will continue to collaborate with all stakeholders regarding the different projects that can be conducted. I would just like a couple seconds. So the Ministry of Transportation submitted recently an impact assessment. It's a long name, but I'm going to take a moment to read it. It's a regional impact assessment for the protection of infrastructure of the Ministry of Transport and Sustainable Mobility with the coastal area in the Bassin Laurent and Îles-de-la-Madeleine. It's a very, very long name. I needed to read it. So this program has 54 intervention sites on the Magdalene Island. Each site, 54 sites? Yes, 54, just for the program. Now, each site is also subjected to a multi-criteria analysis to see what is adequate for each site. Each site has its own particularities, and there's also, we need to also look at the financial capacity of the Ministry of Transport. So among these 54 sites, the location of the turbines, is that part of your problems and issues that have been identified, and will that need an intervention? So there's 2 sites for the turbines. So the part with 2 turbines, yes, it's a site where we're looking at coastal erosion. It's a site that's part of the program. I would like to add that it's also on the Gulf side of things and not the lagoon side of things. Now, when we look at where Mine-Solène is, we don't have sites there in particular that are problematic. Thank you very much. So, Madame Chevrier, I think we have a portrait of everyone who dabbles in the erosion and coastal erosion and flooding area. Do you have a second question? It continues on what I've already brought up. I'd like to see what are the results, how regarding the experiments that we've done, because lots has been done, and I'd like to have an idea on how you see the future. In parallel, Mr. Leblanc is telling us that annually we're going to look to be able to see ahead of time. But we've established data based on one storm, and we know that there will be more storms. So I don't know how we can believe that by looking just at a little bit every year that we're going to be able to rapidly see, not rapidly, but slowly. I think we need to, because you're also talking about a decennial program, turbines that will be there for 30 years minimum, and we see 000, maybe if it's a little catastrophic, and we hope it won't be, but we can see that we're going towards, I don't really know what, how can the Ministry of Transport or Public Safety, how do you envision, how can I call it, just this wave? I'm not sure I really understood the question, Madame Chevrier. What do you mean by wave? How do you see, like the future, you mean? Yes, yes. Do you want to know how people are foreseeing the evolution? We're going to just focus on the project area, correct? Yes, yes. Because at a certain point in time, we're also talking about stabilizing the coastline. I'd like to know how you see this question of stability belong to like emergencies, and how do you see that unfolding? I'm going to start with the maritime community. Monsieur Richard, maybe Madame Salron has information to share. How do you see, how do you project yourselves in the future regarding these events?
Madame Solomon va venir donner des explications. Merci.
So maybe
Maybe you wanted to add something before I give the floor to Mrs. Salomon?
Ben, en fait, c'était
Yes.
pour juste m'assurer que les gens
I just wanted to make sure that people understood what I was talking about when they were explaining our role as a project manager. We were talking about the collectivity, the municipality.
certains travaux qui ont été faits.
We have some
Monsieur Laurent l'a nommé.
projects that were carried out, as Lagrave mentioned. There are some works that are being conducted on our territory, but we are actually at the Grosse-Île. That's what I wanted to chip in. Thank you so much. Yes, Mrs. Salomon. Good evening. Jasmine Solomon. I am with the municipality of Grosse-Île. We are planning ahead in various ways. Overall, it's not only for this sector, but other sectors. We have been very instrumental in the municipality. There are so many studies that are being carried out to assess risk in terms of erosion and submersion. We are analyzing solutions on the long term. In 50 years, how will the landscape look like? How can we prevent things? We have submitted 2 projects in terms to adapt to climate change. And there is also that program that is helping us to fast track things. We are really moving things forward. For many years now, we were able to, as you could have mentioned, we were able to carry out an assessment for erosion and modeling. In 2020, it was something that came up. There were so many needs that were observed at the maritime community. We had to equip ourselves with the necessary tools to be able to understand and identify the sites that needed to be implemented appropriately. So as of now, we have an internal tool that helps us to analyze data. It's actually within the municipality. We are able to plan ahead. Now, it's true we are talking about preventing versus emergency. We know that all the financing programs that we were able to benefit of in a specific sector, but we were actually in an emergency situation. The community and the municipality needed to act ahead or prior to any hazard. We have projects to finance those things. We now are advocating for that. So that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Salomon. Now we are going to turn over to another speaker. If you want to ask other questions, you now have to give your name on the record. Mrs. Bourgeois, followed by Mr. Jean-Paul Roy, online. Excuse me, Mrs. Chair. Julie Lecaire, Minister of Environment. I'm so sorry about that. I couldn't see you. I was really far away. With regard to adapting to climate change in terms of erosion and submersion, we have a climate change expert within the Ministry of Environment who may want to chip in something as concerns the various stakeholders. I hope you'll be brief. Mrs. Bourgeois, now I will give the floor online to Mrs. Villemer. Good evening. Villemer, Ministry of Environment. In our department, we are interested in a long-term project. I am instrumental in so many committees where we now focus on all those risks in terms of erosion and submersion. Now, when you're talking about the long-term issue, I think the government is now realizing how much financing is needed in terms of what we can benefit from the activities. In 2026, we decided to be able to have implemented some specific sites in Quebec. But our aim is also to be able to act across the country and to deliver. It is true that we don't have the necessary resources as of now, but one thing that the government wants to do is to to really add up to what we are now doing. We don't want to impede on what is already done, but this should not come and impede on our portfolio within the government. For now, as concerns the site that we are interested in, we don't know when the hazards may occur, but we need to be proactive. We need to bear in mind that things will evolve on the site. So now, for how long are we going to take that decision? It's through the methodology that was proposed. In terms of erosion, we have a pessimistic case scenario and a moderate case scenario. We may not be able to know what will happen and which year. So now we are coming back on calculating the risk, and are we ready whenever any worst case scenario will happen before the lifetime of this project, which is 30 years old. So it's quite a relevant thing that I don't think is going to be enough to be able to reverse the course. So it's important to ask ourselves, are we going to be able to tackle that risk when time comes? With regards to the government, we are taking decisions and it requires a lot of resources. We cannot deliver everything the way we can during the lifetime of the project. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you so much, Mrs. Vilmer. Thank you. Now we'll move to a participant on site, Mélanie Bourgeois. We are all ears. Your first question? Thank you so much, Mrs. Paul, Mrs. Lenné. Mélanie Bourgeois, General Director and Advisor in the environmental sector. My first question, I would like to read it out, if you permit. As concerns the Zone A, now that there are installations in the sector, we know that there are some risks. I was wondering if we focus on the modeling for the 1, 2, 3 wind turbines by 30 years. If you were able to focus on that, how do you think you go about that? So now I would like to be specific that it has nothing to do with erosion or submersion, but with the modeling. Thank you. Thank you so much for your question, Mrs. Bourgeois. For the Nord Massif modeling, it has not yet been evaluated. In any case, we have adapted all the areas that have been targeted for the wind turbines. Now, as concerns the level of the sea, we were able to identify where it is. We know that those areas are actually mobile, but in any case, it's going to be the same impact. Mrs. Bourgeois rightly put it out. There are so many installations that are in the same area. We are facing the same issues. We are talking about the Hydro-Québec infrastructure and those of the Ministry of Transport. We all know these challenges on site. We will be able to tackle that. We will also come back on the issue on climate change, as it was rightly mentioned previously. It's an important project. What we need to do now for the Madeleine, for us to reduce the greenhouse effect emissions, we need to step up our efforts in terms of combating climate change and to reduce the impact of the activities. The Commission does not know anything about the wind turbines. So when you'll be operating and building the infrastructure, what is going to be the impact? what is the impact of your project if the turbine is mobile? There are many types of impact. First, during the project construction, there will be intervention measures, implementation measures. My colleague will be able to give more details about that. Second, for the operation, our roads may be challenged because of a lot of obstacles, but we need to always bear in mind that it's actually a 30-year life span. Now I will turn over to my colleague for more details. Environment. With regards to construction, we are going to use measures that are customized and adaptable to the site. We have already used that with the Dune du Nord. There are some techniques, for example, specific machinery with wheel systems, with rubber to really mitigate the impact. We will be able to also use all the equipment. Once again, the equipments that were used for when we were constructing or building, we will also use those resources for restoration. Now, with regard to the construction, it is worth mentioning that all the areas that were not used during the construction, we will use them for any other purpose. We have already used the technical measures previously. When we had to do with the land, we will be able to plant specific tools and items. We also have some system to be able to, for us to stabilize the more mobile dunes. So, Mrs. Bourgeois, the answer is no. You have measures that are being taken. One thing, do you want that the dunes should move or no? I was really worried about the integrity of the equipment. Yes, things will move, but how about the impact when they will move? How can we adapt? I know that the dune will migrate from within. That's why I was wondering, how can we go about that? My aim is not to take it off, but we want to really avoid having to move the dune all over and over again. We really wanted to see the impact when installing all the wind turbines. Are we to install all the turbines, the 4 turbines at the same time or not? That's what I wanted to ask. Mr. Leblanc, just a sincere question. So when you'll be following up this thing, do you have necessary tools to be able to do that? How about the massive? Is it going to be respected? Yes, we are quite open to follow up during the lifetime of the project. This year, we decided to do a thorough study on the topography. We will be able to do that, and we don't know yet the timeline, but we are willing to do that. Mrs. Leclerc, Mrs. Bourgeois, please hold on. How about the modeling? Did you request that from the initiator? No, we didn't request that. It was not mentioned by the experts during the consultation. Thank you. Mrs. Bourgeois, do you have any question? Yes. With regards to the historical data for all the specific pages during the a specific period. I remember it was maybe in 2004. And now I know that the Magdalene site is now home to that endangered species. I was wondering, maybe you may have answers to my question. I was wondering if you have any information about the potential impact of the project for all the species to be protected. Now, how about moisturizing? Any potential moisture if the habitat may change? We can use that habitat for the species to regenerate. Would you put an end to the works, or, I don't know, in a specific timeline? Are you talking about climate change, ECCC? As you can see, they are not there, but we are going to address the questions to them. And rest assured, they'll be able to address your questions. We are going to upload that on the website. We will also be able to provide you with all the details. Thank you. Now, online, Mr. Jean-Paul Roy.
Monsieur Roy, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Mr. Roy? Yes, I'm all ears. Yes, go ahead with your first question. Hello, everyone. First question. Ministry of Environment, do you have any internal people who can are there some experts that gave you their point of view in terms of potential pollution when installing the wind turbines, knowing that there can be a change in temperature and UV, X-rays? How about any new elements? Mr. Roy, Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, please, let's go step by step. Your question is quite complex. Now, let's listen to a technical point of view. The Ministry of Environment, do you have any answer? Do you have any expert who gave their opinion on the potential impact on the disaggregation of the site with time? No. No technical advice. I don't think experts highlighted it. Maybe we can get to the details. The answer is no, Mr. Giroir. There's no expertise from the Ministry of Environment in that night. How about the presence of specific species? Mr. Leblanc? My question is to the Ministry of Environment. I would like to start with Mr. Leblanc. By any chance, in the wind turbines that you have, do you have any? We will start with the Îles-de-la-Madeleine thing. Do you have any asbestos fiber in the wind turbines? No. So now, any asbestos in the wind turbines? I don't have any information about that. Mr. Bonivigie, how about the asbestos and the wind turbines? Any information about that? No. When there's a lot of wind, there is a system to really stop or reduce the speed of the wind. Before, there might have been an asbestos, but I don't think it's still the case. I don't know. I'm not a technician. There must be a possibility, but I don't think it's still the case. Yes, there has already been an asbestos before, but now in the floor, in the hall, we don't know if there's going to be a potential impact on that.
C'est ça. Dans la même question, sur les infrasons émis par les éoliennes existantes et de nouvelles générations au Québec, en tenant compte d'études européennes existantes.
Monsieur
Est-ce que le
Bonnier-Vigé.
ministère de l'Environnement a des avis là-dessus?
On va commencer par Monsieur Bonnier-Vigé, parce que les infrasons, monsieur, on est beaucoup plus au niveau d'une problématique potentielle, je dis bien, là, de santé publique.
Of public health issue than of contamination, environmental contamination. Yes, but what the literature review of the NSPQ says, which was cited yesterday, is that there would be no impact on the health of the population. Our consultant clearly said that it's quite prevalent. There's already quite a bit in the background noise, and we don't have any study from this literature review that can show that it's at such a level that it would harm human population health. I don't remember if they've mentioned animals. Madame Leclerc, have the experts with the Ministry of the Environment who generally have opinions on audible sound, have any opinion on infrared. There's not really any evidence on infrasounds. There's no regulation or guidelines at this point in time that would specify the maximal level of infrasound. So we're really looking at the increase of wind turbines, and there's a continued review of literature and future review of literature, but right now there's nothing really. There's no reflection to see if we need to maybe move towards a political regulation. There's not enough data, Okay. Mr. Roy, that has been 3 questions. So if you have more, I would ask you to re-register to the registry. Now, Madame Tina Daudelin on the phone.
Madame Daudelin, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Madame Daudelin, are you there?
Oui, bonsoir.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. We're listening to you. The commission's listening to you. I would like to know how the turbines will be disposed of and at the end of their life, if they're not recycled. Can you please start again? I missed the beginning of your question. What do you want the promoter to specify? The weight of the turbines, and how are they going to be disposed of at the end? Monsieur Leblanc, we're going to talk about dismantling and essentially getting rid of it at the end of its life cycle. Yes, Madame Pal. So I'm Mr. Leblanc to answer Ms. Lenay's question. I would start by saying that during the dismantling at the end of the life cycle of the wind farm project, we have contractual guarantees that need to be satisfied on behalf of Hydro-Québec. 85 to 90% of the weight of a turbine is composed of material that can be recycled with current companies that exist in Quebec. So the first question was, how much does it weigh? Yes. So the weight of one part of it, we can talk about the model. Obviously, it depends on the model of the turbine, but the weight of the blade, one blade, and the type of the turbine that we're aiming for the wind farm compared to the one at the north, I'd say between 10 and 20 ton per blade. So we can really think 30 to 60 ton for the three blades of the turbine. And as I've mentioned, regarding the total weight of a turbine, which is of several hundred tons, where the materials themselves are recyclable. So 85 to 90% of the weight of a turbine can be recycled by companies. To our knowledge, there are no established companies that are set up for the recycling of a blade, but currently there are maybe 10 turbine farms in Quebec that are going to reach the end of their life cycle in the next few years. So there's research that's being done by the different turbine companies in like Synergy Matan, for example, that is trying to look for companies that will reuse turbine blades. So by the end of the life cycle of the farm, we estimate or we foresee that there will be companies that will be able to handle the wind turbine blades. We are assuming that there will potentially be, if these companies have not been implemented for the wind farms in Quebec, that it's not going to be made just for 4 turbines in Quebec. So if these companies are not established, perhaps 10% of the total of the turbine, mainly the blades that are going to be going towards disposal. I would like to maybe look on the side of the maritime community. Monsieur Charles, given the insular character of the Magdalene Islands, sorry, I made a mistake with the geography there, but the Magdalene Islands, because there could be violations also, or defects where one would need to be replaced, where if it's broken, what do we do with a blade that weighs 10 to 20 tons here in the Magdalene Islands? Well, you know, the management of residual material is limited in regards to the capacity to treat it. Currently, we treat residual material that are residential residual material, commercial material that's quite light. So, as an example, if a residence burns down, we cannot treat, we don't have the authorization either to treat this type of material. So it needs to be expedited and the costs need to be assumed by the owner, the responsible owner. So with a promoter, as we have here in front of us, there will be an agreement already in place to mention that everything that is like a major break, so the replacement of blades and also dismantling it, all the material is going to have to be expedited outside of the island and the person will have to bear the cost. A survey was done or is going to be done with the population to understand the impact that is felt regarding the wind farm project. I'd like to understand the logic behind this step, if the situation is happening, and what is preventing the promoter from having a systematic consultation with the population beforehand. When you say a survey, are you talking about the survey that the initiator committed to doing regarding the landscape? Yes. Okay. Mr. Leblanc, once the wind turbines have been installed and you conduct a survey, if there's dissatisfaction, what can you do? So yes, to answer to the actions that can be done and that are part of our mitigation measures regarding the landscape, I would like to give the floor to Madame Castonguay, who's going to be able to explain the methodology for this impact. So thank you. Firstly, regarding the question on why there's no survey beforehand. So before, it's all the consultation steps that are undertaken, all the exchanges that happen, like in the project that we are dealing with here. Exchanges started in 2022, so there was a lot of communication from these activities of consultation, of communication, that we can determine and specify the issue for the landscape. Regarding the methodology associated with how we undertake the survey and what do we do with the survey results afterwards, I'm going to ask my colleague Marie-Flore Castonguay, who works in urbanism, and she's responsible for this one here. Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone, Madam President. Regarding the survey for the monitoring of the landscape, it's a survey that is conducted during the first year after the first year that the turbine is working. This was considered in the impact assessment. The monitoring of the landscape has two main objectives. First, to evaluate the impact felt by the population and the tourists of the Magdalene Islands, and also to validate if the evaluation of the landscape impact on visual simulation represents the reality once the wind farm is built. So the survey has a monitoring program that is prepared before the survey is conducted, and this program is submitted to the Ministry of the Environment for authorization applications, and the Ministry of the Environment can ask us questions or ask us to adjust the monitoring program as needed. So the way the monitoring is done is in the context of Grosse-Île. There's going to be a French and an English version of the survey that will be prepared. These surveys are going to be available in public areas where the public and tourists go. They're also going to be sent by mail to the residents of Grosse-Île, and they're also going to be broadcast on social media of the municipality of Grosse-Île. There's going to be reminders that are sent periodically in the newspapers and on the local radio to encourage people to share their opinion. And following this survey, the results are going to be compiled in a report that's going to be submitted to the Ministry of the Environment that is going to be able to make comments and ask for details on or specific questions about the survey. So this report is going to be sent to the ministry. It's going to be made public in the context of the follow-ups and monitoring. Madame Castonguay, I think that the goal of Madame Daudlin's question was especially to know if the results of the survey are negative. If people show that they are very dissatisfied with the idea of 4 towers there, what can we do as a mitigation method? Yes, I understand. So the ways that we can improve, if you will, the perception of the wind farm project would be maybe through communication activities or visits of the wind farm to learn more about the technology behind wind turbines, or to offer opportunities to visit the wind turbine or to climb to the top of it, or educational and communication activities to understand the reasoning behind the project and the positive impact that this project can have on the welcome site. Mitigation methods that are in the impact assessment deal with visual cohesion of the project, more so than masking turbines considering their size and all of that. So it's really hard to mask them completely, but effort is made regarding visual cohesion concerning the project. But these efforts can be a good place to start if there are results that can be negative, if you will. So you are going to maybe favor the supply of the project. Yes. What is visual cohesion? What does that mean? It's a term that's used, if you will, just integration of the landscape. So ways to ensure that the blades are all turning in the same direction, that the turbines are grouped among themselves, so they're not really spread on the land, to ensure that the visual disturbance is as minimal as possible and as little noticeable as possible. Thank you, Madame Castonguay. Thank you, Madame Daudelet. We're gonna now go to Monsieur Bruno Savary.
Ah, et je dois annoncer que la prochaine intervenante après Monsieur Savary est Madame Louise Morin.
And then Madame Louise Marin is going to go after Madame Savary.
Morning, Bruno Savary, biologist. I'm in charge of projects with intention fragile at the Regional Council of Environment. Hello, everyone. I'm quite stressed up. I think it's a formal setting. I'm so sorry if I'm stressed up. I had the opportunity to get involved when it comes to setting up wind farms with the north side. We were able to see how what it entails to set up a wind farm. Now for the Grosse-Île wind farm, since it's a mobile dune, it's different from that of a dune du Nord that is surrounded by forest. There's a lot of sand. Melanie rightly pointed it out. There's so much sand. In the wind farm, infrastructure can be so many, but it can also create erosion. When an infrastructure is being set up like this, it's likely to bear some risk. So my question has to do with the 2.5-meter infrastructure. It's slightly a good idea. I would like to know, is it possible? It's true, there can be any risk of erosion. How do you calculate the height? Is it about the highest or the tallest dune of the sector, or is it the lowest? Would you please give some details? Thank you, Madame Page. It's not about the tallest dune in the sector, it's about the sea level. About any submersion risk. 2.5 meters as compared to the sea level. With regards to the turbulence beside all the buildings surrounding, I must stress that all the infrastructure is from the northwest bound, so it's actually on the way to the roads, which means there might not be so much impact with regard to erosion. Everything has been assessed. If there was any potential impact, this will be done towards the wind direction. So the main wind is northwest bound, but it depends because we have 4 seasons. I agree with Mr. Leblanc. In any case, I'm wondering if we should not focus on this more in the long run, because there can be some risk. We can have so much salt on the sand, on the road, which leads me to my second question. It may be another element pertaining to the Conrad Scorbury. How about how far it is from the infrastructure? How is the setup? It's going to be about 50% in terms of lifetime, but with this, we need to stick to that. We don't have any overview in terms of the overall site. My comment is to limit such activities because it's the only site where we were able to test that at the Magdalene Island. Thank you so much. You will be able to jot that down in your write-up. Thank you so much for recalling that. I would also like them to recall, to draw the attention of all the participants here. What are the best practices to submit our work? So I will now refer you to our colleagues who are behind. There are some forms you have to fill in, there are some dates or some deadlines you have to abide by. You know, we have a form of mandate. Later on, we are going to reconvene to focus on the works. They were talking about March, but I'm not sure. In any case, you can reach out to Mayer. You have all the necessary details. I don't want to mislead you. Thank you so much, Mr. Savary. Now, online, Madame Louise Morin, over to you.
Bonsoir, Madame Morin.
Madame Morin, are you hearing us okay?
Oui, je vous entends. Puis,
yes, loud and clear.
Oui, attendez une petite minute, Madame Morin. Je veux juste ajouter une précision pour Monsieur Savary.
Please bear with me, Madame Laurent. They just reminded me that we are going to reconvene on March the 9th. Madame Morin, over to you. Hello, everyone. Madame Paul, Madame Lenny. I'd like to come back to the question on the impact on health. I'm quite surprised when I hear our colleague from the public health, when he was saying that there has not been any health-related assessment, there's no study that has been carried out in terms of such aspect. There is a literature review that was drafted, and it's about 100 pages. We are talking about troubles when sleeping, nausea, troubles with animals, you name it. There are so many studies that were assessed and that could highlight any impact on our health. Can our colleague from the Ministry of Health give us more details on studies, for example, on math skills? There's a study that was carried out when in the UK, where there was an impact on birds. Does the Ministry of Health have any resources about that? Very good question. I'm so sorry I can't give an answer now. The studies that were carried out were done by the Santé publique of Quebec with the wind industry involved. They carried out a study on any health impacts, but as findings, it was highlighted that there was no related impact on health. If you have any studies at your disposal, you can please forward it to the Commission and we will transmit that to the committee and see if it's going to be taken into account or not. You know, there are so many publications and we must be sure of how relevant those studies are. We will do that for you if you want. Madame Morin, could you send to the Commission coordinator all the details you mentioned? Sure. I'll be happy. It's about energy transformation. Yesterday, our representative from Quebec made a comment, and I was quite surprised. I wanted to know why is that we are not considering any cables on the ground? And the answer was quite not really reliable. When you're talking about energy transition, and when it comes to wind turbines, do we have a structured plan with all the timelines so that we can identify the study and the feasibility at the Magdalene Island? I'm talking about the energy transition. We are going to start with the specific price of the cables. If you don't have an answer now, then you will be able to answer later on. So how about the Magdalene Island? How do you adapt that to your strategy? We know that you assess an environmental study to replace the ongoing project. Thank you so much. Last year, a new plant was announced to be implemented. There is a complete and a comprehensive analysis that was conducted. From the look of things, the financing will represent $2.5 million. We need to know that the underground cable will need to be connected with the Magdalene Island. We need to make sure how reliable it is in terms of energy transition. We know that it's about an island, and things can be tricky when it has to do with electricity. We wanted to have it connected to a new plant. As you mentioned, it's now undergoing an investigation or a survey within the ministry. Now, when you focus on the new underground cable and the other specific item, you will realize that the budget is so huge. Not only about the Magdalene Island, we are talking about the whole Quebec region. This is very important to understand. Now, talking about the transition and mentioning this wind farm to the OPG, it's part of what we are doing now. You know, there are tools, economic tools. It's going to help us, just like Mr. Leblanc said, it's going to help us to reduce or to mitigate greenhouse effects and to also reduce the consumption at the plant, and it's going to also help us to determine the consumption of the new plants that we want with the new project. Madame Morin had another question. Does it add to the ongoing wind farm project, or is it another project? I don't think it's a substitute project. We know that we always need a backup. For this specific case, does it play a specific role? What do you think about your self-reliant network? It does not substitute, it doesn't replace the foundation. It's still a thermal plant. It's going to be the main one. It's going to be the hub in terms of electricity production. It comes to complement when we are talking about decarbonization and reduction in greenhouse emissions. So there are some complementary questions for Hydro-Québec. Yes, now you were talking about decarbonization, Mr. Crowley. In all the documents provided by the promoter of the project, it is mentioned that it's going to help us to reduce 30,000 tons in terms of greenhouse emissions produced by the plant. It's also mentioned in the documents that these existing northern wind turbines will help reduce about 1,000 greenhouse emissions. I will also now turn to the project developer. But before that, do you think it's reliable? Are those figures reliable? It is subject to analysis in the recent studies that were assessed. When you're talking about the new plant, we know that it has been submitted. Now we want to use less polluting elements. Are we talking about a reduced quantity? This is our aim at Hydro-Québec. You know, the plant in Cap-au-Milk is now using mazout. This is a type of gas which is really heavy and pollutive. We cannot replace the current fuel, the current fossil fuel, because it's kind of mechanic. We need to use a new plant and we need a new approval. Can you tell us how much is it? We are talking about the existing central plant. This may be helpful for the plant. Yes, now we are talking about 11 million liters per year. Perfect.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres mesures que vous prévoyez?
Are there other measures that you foresee also to reduce the consumption of energy? Yes, last year we announced energy efficiency measures that we're going to also announce soon. I don't have the exact dates. It's another file. It's not linked directly to PEGI, but these are announcements that we've already made to the population. So I'm just going to come back to the initiator. We also are talking about the farm of the north. We talk about 21,000 ton of CO2 reduction, but these are numbers, I think, from 2021. And on the current website of Junjunor, we talk about 17,000 ton of reduction. Can you clarify the exact number and why this difference? Yes, absolutely, Madam. So the wind farm of Junjunor is in a very windy place in the Magdalene Islands with production that is huge and an efficiency rate that is very significant, 1.5 the factor of the use of any other wind farm in Quebec. However, this efficiency, we have really, really good years and good years. So in the estimates of 17,000 ton, that is just like a low estimate of, so an estimate of where we'd only have 6 megawatt of energy, which is the contractual limit that we have with Hydro-Québec for the integration of energy on the wind farm. That would be reached with a factor of on an average year. So to clarify, this corresponds to the amount of energy that is contracted with Hydro-Québec, which is 23,000 megawatts per year in 2021. And we've also surpassed sensibly the contracted production, because we've got 2 turbines that are at 4 megawatts in Junjunor, so 4 megawatts that were integrated sensibly for a good part of the year in Hydro-Québec and its network. And we also have a good performance of the park of the farm, and that's what explains the difference between 17,000 and 21,000. So 17,000 is the expected average when we estimate on the lower end. In 2025, we had an exceptional production above 38,000 megawatts that were integrated by Hydro-Québec in its network. So close to 50 or 1/3 more than our contract and our contract with Hydro-Québec. So last year, we also reduced, based on our estimates, a lot more than 17,000 pounds of GES. Okay, thank you, Monsieur Leblanc and Madame Morin, for your questions. If you've got more questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. Yes, I'm listening to you. It was just part of my question. I was just wondering if there was a structural plan with deadlines. So is that just a mathematical conversion of we do this much megawatts, so we're going to remove this many greenhouse gases without there being any target? I want to know, is there really a decarbonization idea that's targeted? And how is that decarbonization going to happen? We're going to go back to Hydro-Québec. Do you have a match plan for decarbonization? Do you have targets that are tied to our project and also to the new plant for 10, 15 years? Hydro-Québec's objective was presented to the population. It's really to reduce greenhouse gas effects on the Magdalen Islands of 90% with the new plant and using wind turbines. So the aspect of wind turbine integration and the current plan is very important for our operations to ensure decarbonization and that objective. So that objective of 90%, you hope to reach it when? Well, the new thermal plant is for 2035, and that's why we currently did a LIFE project to be able to implement that power plant then. So that's by when you'll have reached the objective? Yes, that's correct. So there you go, Madame Morin. Thank you very much for your question. The Commission is now going to take a 15-minute break, and we shall continue with Mr. Alain Doraspe on the phone when we return in 15 minutes.
Vous avez certainement entendu parler du BAP, mais savez-vous vraiment ce qu'il est et ce qu'il peut faire pour vous? Le BAP a été créé en 1978 pour que le ministre responsable de l'Environnement puisse conseiller adéquatement le gouvernement lorsque celui-ci doit prendre une décision sur un projet majeur. Lorsque le BAP remet son rapport, les enjeux sensibles du projet ont été analysés. Et tout le monde y gagne. Les citoyens ont eu l'occasion de bien comprendre le projet et ses enjeux, d'obtenir des réponses fiables et de faire connaître leurs préoccupations. Les experts ont répondu aux questions posées. Ils ont mis en lumière les impacts du projet et les façons possibles de les aborder. L'initiateur peut bonifier son projet, au besoin, pour qu'il soit profitable pour tous et acceptable pour la collectivité. Le gouvernement connaît l'intérêt ainsi que les attentes de la collectivité envers le projet. Participer aux travaux du BAP, c'est faire progresser la société. Avec le BAP, vous obtenez l'heure juste sur les projets qui peuvent avoir un impact sur votre collectivité. Les consultations publiques et les rapports du BAP vous permettent de tout savoir de façon précise et transparente. Contrairement à ce que plusieurs pensent, le BAP ne prend pas de décision sur un projet. Il avise le ministre responsable de l'Environnement afin d'éclairer la prise de décision gouvernementale. Dans son rapport, le BAP dresse un portrait fiable, basé sur des faits, sur la science et sur les réalités locales. Citoyens, organismes, initiateurs, décideurs, c'est tout le Québec qui en profite. Lorsque le BAP analyse un projet, il le fait sous tous les angles nécessaires pour donner un avis éclairé au gouvernement. Au BAP, on fait le point sur différents aspects d'un projet. Est-il conforme avec le développement durable et le respect de l'environnement? Correspond-il aux valeurs de votre communauté? Quels sont ses avantages et ses inconvénients sur le plan économique? Ainsi, dans son rapport, le BAP tient compte globalement des enjeux écologiques, sociaux, économiques, scientifiques et technologiques. Le BAP fournit alors un meilleur éclairage, ce qui permet au gouvernement de prendre une décision bénéfique pour le Québec de demain. Le BAP est l'une des rares institutions qui permet aux citoyens de participer directement à définir leur avenir. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de notre BAP. Découvrez ce qu'il fait pour vous au www.bap.gouv.qc.ca. Vous avez certainement entendu parler de la tenue d'un BAP lorsque le gouvernement doit autoriser un projet au Québec. Mais savez-vous vraiment comment tout cela fonctionne? Au Québec, tout projet d'envergure présentant un risque environnemental élevé doit obtenir une autorisation du gouvernement basée sur la recommandation du ministre responsable de l'Environnement. Le projet est alors soumis à la procédure d'évaluation et d'examen des impacts sur l'environnement qui est encadrée par la loi sur la qualité de l'environnement. C'est au cours de ce processus qu'aura lieu l'intervention du BAP. Le ministère et le BAP jouent chacun un rôle bien précis pour évaluer le projet à l'étude et pour assurer la participation du public à la prise de décision. Le but ultime est de concilier les enjeux environnementaux, sociaux et économiques. Le ministère encadre la procédure et coordonne l'ensemble des analyses techniques et scientifiques jugées nécessaires. Il travaille en collaboration avec les experts des ministères et organismes concernés. Il s'assure également que l'ensemble des documents qu'il a reçus ou qu'il a produits dans le cadre de la procédure soient facilement accessibles au public. À cette fin, le ministère a créé le registre des évaluations environnementales que toute personne intéressée peut consulter. Au cours du processus d'évaluation, le BAP informe la population et réalise les mandats de consultation publique qui lui sont confiés par le ministre. Le BAP est totalement indépendant dans son fonctionnement. Il permet à toute personne intéressée de s'exprimer et d'obtenir leur juste sur les projets qui lui sont soumis. De plus, les commissaires responsables des consultations disposent du pouvoir de questionner quiconque peut les informer sur un aspect spécifique. Ils peuvent aussi exiger le dépôt de documents nécessaires à l'analyse d'un projet. Grâce au BAP, l'initiateur du projet, les experts, les organismes et les citoyens contribuent chacun à leur manière à dresser un portrait fiable basé sur des faits, sur la science et sur les préoccupations de la population. La procédure réalisée par le ministère constitue un processus complet et rigoureux. Les spécialistes qui y participent peuvent être engagés par l'initiateur du projet ou être des employés du gouvernement. Dans tous les cas, ils sont régis par leur code de déontologie professionnelle. Quant au BAP, c'est un organisme indépendant qui sert toujours l'intérêt public et non celui de certaines personnes ou de certains groupes. Sa compétence, son impartialité et sa transparence sont reconnues. Voici comment se déroule la procédure. Dans un premier temps, l'initiateur d'un projet à risque environnemental élevé avise le ministre de son intention. Celui-ci diffuse alors une directive qui détermine le contenu de l'étude d'impact et de toute autre démarche de conformité environnementale que doit effectuer l'initiateur du projet. Tout au long de la procédure, le ministère a la responsabilité de consulter les communautés autochtones susceptibles d'être affectées par le projet. Le ministère prend en compte les préoccupations liées à leurs droits dans le cadre de l'analyse d'un projet. Dès le départ, le ministère consulte le public sur les enjeux que l'étude d'impact devrait aborder. L'initiateur réalise son étude d'impact conformément à la directive du ministre. Cette démarche scientifique vise avant tout à évaluer les impacts du projet sur l'environnement et à déterminer les enjeux qui y sont liés. Cela inclut de manière indissociable les dimensions écologiques, sociales et économiques. Lorsque l'étude est achevée, les spécialistes du ministère la vérifient en collaboration avec les ministères et organismes concernés. Ils s'assurent que les exigences de la directive ont été respectées et que les enjeux soulevés par le public ont bien été pris en compte. Au besoin, le ministère peut demander à l'initiateur qu'il apporte des précisions ou des compléments d'information à son étude d'impact. Lorsque l'étude d'impact est achevée, selon la directive du ministre, 2 opérations se mettent en branle. D'une part, un processus d'information et de consultation publique réalisé par le BAP et, d'autre part, une analyse environnementale sous la responsabilité du ministère. La période d'information publique est d'une durée de 30 jours. C'est l'occasion pour toute personne, tout groupe ou toute municipalité de demander la tenue d'une consultation publique ou d'une médiation. À cette fin, le BAP utilise différents moyens pour informer la population, dont une séance publique en présence de l'initiateur du projet. Si le ministre estime que la nature des enjeux soulevés ou les préoccupations du public le justifient, il peut passer outre cette étape et confier au BAP un mandat d'audience publique sur le projet. Les spécialistes du ministère réalisent l'analyse environnementale du projet en collaboration avec les experts des ministères et organismes gouvernementaux concernés. Cette analyse est basée sur les enjeux majeurs du projet. Elle vise à conseiller le ministre sur son acceptabilité environnementale, sur la pertinence de le réaliser ou non et, le cas échéant, sur ses conditions d'autorisation. À la fin du processus, le ministre dispose du rapport d'analyse environnementale de son ministère ainsi que du rapport du BAP. Il fait sa propre recommandation au gouvernement, qui peut alors refuser ou autoriser le projet avec ou sans modification et aux conditions qu'il détermine. Si le projet est autorisé, Le ministère a la responsabilité de s'assurer que sa réalisation est conforme aux exigences gouvernementales. De plus, il encadre le contrôle environnemental durant et après la réalisation des travaux. Ainsi, au fil du temps, chaque projet apporte de précieuses connaissances qui permettent de bonifier les pratiques en environnement. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de cette procédure unique, de nous y intéresser et d'y participer. Découvrez la procédure sur le site Web du ministère responsable de l'Environnement. Au Québec, les initiateurs des projets d'envergure comportant un risque environnemental doivent obtenir une autorisation du gouvernement pour les réaliser. Saviez-vous que vous pouvez participer à la décision? Un processus bien précis se déroule entre le moment où l'initiateur d'un projet avise le ministre responsable de l'Environnement de son intention et celui où le gouvernement prend sa décision. Durant ce processus, vous avez plusieurs occasions de prendre connaissance du projet, de demander l'analyse de certains enjeux et de participer aux consultations publiques. Tout au long de la procédure d'évaluation et d'examen des impacts sur l'environnement, une consultation spécifique des communautés autochtones est réalisée. Avant même le dépôt de son avis de projet au ministère et tout au long de sa planification, l'initiateur est encouragé à être à l'écoute des citoyens afin que le projet soit bien intégré dans les communautés. Les résultats de ces consultations seront pris en considération lors de l'analyse environnementale du projet. C'est donc votre première occasion de participer. L'initiateur d'un projet doit réaliser une étude d'impact conforme à la directive du ministre. Après l'envoi de cette directive, le ministère tient une consultation publique sur les enjeux que l'étude d'impact devrait aborder. Vous disposez de 30 jours pour indiquer au ministre vos préoccupations dans le registre des évaluations environnementales. L'initiateur devra en tenir compte dans son étude d'impact. Lorsque l'initiateur du projet s'est conformé à la directive du ministre, la période d'information publique débute. Vous pouvez alors vous informer sur le projet et sur ses répercussions sur le milieu. C'est l'occasion de demander au ministre une audience publique, une consultation ciblée ou une médiation. Il suffit d'une seule demande pour amener le ministre à confier un mandat au BAP. Lorsqu'il juge qu'une audience publique est incontournable, le ministre peut confier directement ce mandat au BAP. 3 types de mandats peuvent être confiés au BAP selon la nature des demandes. La médiation est un processus de dialogue entre l'initiateur d'un projet et les citoyens concernés. Il vise à régler un différend sur un aspect du projet. La consultation ciblée est privilégiée dans le cas où un nombre restreint de préoccupations est soulevé. Une audience publique s'impose lorsque les enjeux sont majeurs et qu'ils concernent l'ensemble de la collectivité. Elle constitue un moment particulièrement fort de la participation citoyenne. L'audience se déroule en 2 temps. La première partie vous permet de poser vos questions et d'obtenir un éclairage sur les enjeux qui vous préoccupent. La seconde partie vous offre la possibilité d'exprimer votre opinion et de faire des recommandations. L'audience publique est une occasion unique pour tous les acteurs de partager leurs savoirs respectifs dans un climat serein. Votre participation est essentielle car vous êtes l'expert du milieu où vous vivez. Vos connaissances, vos opinions et vos idées sont indispensables pour que les meilleures décisions soient prises. Profitez des occasions à votre disposition pour tout savoir sur un projet qui vous concerne et pour faire valoir votre point de vue. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de la procédure, de nous y intéresser et d'y participer. Découvrez le BAP au www.bap.gouv.qc.ca.
Yes, hello. Hello, Mr. Doras. The commission is all ears. Yes, hello. My question is, have studies been conducted on the sounds and vibrations in the water in the lagoon and on the north end of the sea? Thank you very much. The question is very clear. Monsieur Leblanc, have there been studies on the vibration and propagation of the sound that have been conducted in the lagoon and in the sea? No studies have been requested in that regard. So, Mr. Darras, the answer is no. Okay, and my second question, are they anticipating studies? Monsieur Leblanc, are you anticipating studies, and maybe explain why you're not conducting any studies? So thank you, Madame Paul. So in fact, no studies have been conducted. No study is anticipated because there are no impacts that have been foreseen for the marine fauna, and no comments have been made either for the analysis of the CCFP in the impact assessment of the initiator for us to evaluate these impacts either. So the answer, sir, is no request has been made to assess this aspect, because for the initiator, there's no link, there's no impact on the marine fauna. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day. We now have with us Mr. Léonard Février on the phone, and then Mr. Glenn Jones, who is going to be appearing by video. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My first question is for Hydro-Québec. How much does it cost Hydro-Québec currently by kilowatt per hour to operate the current plant, the turbine of Junju Nord, and the residences of the Magdalene Islands that are with Hydro-Québec? How much does it cost per kilowatt hour? Mr. Scully, is this an evaluation assessment you're able to do? No, madam. There are production costs associated to the production plant, to the private producer as well, but we purchase electricity from the producer. It really depends on the invoices that happen there. There's no precise evaluation to be able to answer this question. So let's talk about your plant. That's within your reach. Are you able to provide us with a cost? There are costs. I don't have them with me. I would need to look them up and then get back to you. So now we're kind of diverging from the study. We're now talking about Junju Nord, but Mr. Leblanc, on your end, do you have any information to share with Monsieur Chevrier? Well, for the wind farm project on Junju Nord, there's an evaluation between Hydro-Québec and the private electricity provider that has been done. And it's an evaluation that includes the economic benefits for Hydro-Québec. There were important benefits regarding the reduction of costs that were noted by the municipality. So that's the information that I'm able to share that can be completed by the evaluation of cost that's going to be provided by Mr. Scully. So, Monsieur Chevrier, we don't have a magical answer to the three components that you mentioned. Monsieur Scully for Hydro-Québec is going to share the cost by kilowatt hour for his operations. And I understand from Mr. Leblanc that when we're talking about Junju Nord, that information is available in the contract. Yes, absolutely. The cost that is paid by kilowatt hour is in the contract between us and Hydro-Québec. It's public. And Mr. Scully, do you have this contract not too far from you, and you could complete it with, well, I don't have the contract. I'll have to check. I don't have it with me tonight. The amount that's paid to the provider would need to know. For PIG, the amount is estimated at $102 per megawatt per hour. Okay. So there you go. That's the information that we can give you now, Monsieur Chevrier. Monsieur Scully is going to look into it and come back to us maybe within 48 hours, come back to the commission to be able to finish answering your question. Do you have a second question? Yes, a second question. And I have a little comment on the first one. I have an invoice in front of me for Hydro-Québec, so I have the amount. I want to know if it matched their answer. My second question is, Monsieur Leblanc, there's already been a small turbine comparable to the one that's proposed. How many years did it take? It never worked. How many years did it work before dismantling it? Monsieur Leblanc, do you have information on that? Because that is really not your project, but do you have any information? Otherwise, we'll have to talk to other people. So the information that we can give here for the commission and Monsieur Chevrier online is that on our end, for the current project of the wind farm project of Parc du Nord and of Grosse-Île, if it goes forward, we have a contractual obligation with Hydro-Québec to proceed with dismantling at the end of the farm. We have a time frame of 10 or 12 months after operation to dismantle it. We also have commitments of financial guarantee in the contract to ensure that this dismantling is conducted. Monsieur Richard, who does it belong to, and how much time did it take to dismantle it? I don't know. We'd have to maybe check with the Registry of Quebec. All I know is that over the last few years, there was an issue because the turbine was sold to a private owner, but a part of it did not belong to it. I think it belonged to a numbered company in Ontario. It was very complex, and that company needed to have the responsibility to manage the dismantling of it and to manage the land. I know a lot of research was done a few years before the dismantling. We could maybe look into it a little bit further, but who dismantled it? I don't have the information right now. I don't know if it's the owner that did it. Maybe Mr. Scully has some additional information to provide. Thank you, Monsieur Richard. Yes, I'm with Hydro-Québec. Hydro-Québec dismantled it when the situation, when the turbine was no longer useful and we needed to remove it from the land. That's all I know. This was done several years ago. So, Monsieur Chevrier, the information that we have, and it seems to date quite a bit back, it was dismantled. Hydro-Québec took care of it. I know that it was dismantled not too long ago, but I want to know if it ever worked. And how many years did it take before dismantling it? Because now we are talking about 30 years. So, for example, if a company declares bankruptcy in 20 years, who is going to be responsible for dismantling it? The salt mine because it's on its land, or the other company? Yes, okay, I understand. So, Monsieur Leblanc, what are you able to guarantee?
Leblanc, what are you suggesting for the developer? What happens to the installations? Who will be in charge of the decommissioning? Who will pay for that? How do we protect ourselves against that? Thank you, Mrs. Paul. It's quite hypothetical It's a reliable project in terms of financing. It's going to have a huge impact in the community and in the portfolio of Hydro-Québec. There is a mechanism that was set up and is part of the recent contracts with Hydro-Québec in such a way that we should have enough room for the decommissioning. We have some obligations in terms of decommissioning, that is after the 30 years lifetime. If the project is completed, we also have some terms and conditions. If we have to postpone the project, I will give you all the lifetime, all the deadlines. If we have a prolonged completion of the project, we have measures to put in place for that. If we have a potential bankruptcy from the company, we will be able to know how to take action from the purchaser and the other stakeholders for sure. In Escalier Hydro-Québec, I would like to give more details to the population. When there is a turbine, we have a specific deadline, which is 24 months in the disposition on the commissioning. The operator needs to do that on their own funds, and failure to do that, Hydro-Québec will have to take action. And this will be by default. Hydro-Québec will issue a default notice letting them know that they have to take action within a specific timeline. Failure to do that, they will incur some expenditure. At the same time, during the operating period, it is worth mentioning that the developer took some commitments from the lending organizations and the financing organizations. Thank you so much, Mr. Scully. Mr. Chevrier, are you okay with that? Kind of. How about the Dune du Nord? How about the shareholders? I think there should be such a disposition from the outset. Is it going to be transferred for the decommissioning? Mr. Blanchard, are you aware of that with regard to the Dune du Nord? Things have not changed as of now with Hydro-Québec, meaning that the obligations follow the transaction. Do you have anything to chip in? Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to add some details pertaining to the question that was put previously. Now, with regard to the transfer question, responsibilities are being transferred from one owner to the other. Now we have what Hydro-Québec has set as a price for the Dune du Nord. We are talking about $135 per megawatt per hour. Another detail, we were asking a question and the man was talking about his bill or the invoice. Now it has nothing to do with, I think we are confused with all the costs that Hydro-Québec will have to incur. This is an invoice that will be submitted yearly. It's about an invoice issued to all the clients. It can be different for all the plants. It can be the plants here in Hydro-Québec or across the province. Yes, I would like to add, Mrs. Escoli, sorry. He wanted to have that information pertaining to the key kilowatt per hour. Can you give us that detail? It's about $135. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chevrier. Now over to Mr. Glenn Durand.
Bonjour encore.
Bonjour.
Bonsoir.
Hello, everyone.
Bonjour, Monsieur Jong.
Hello, Mr. John.
Hello again. Nice to see you. Okay, the islands use about 27 megawatts at peak times. Hydro-Quebec has announced a new thermal plant of 80 to 100 megawatts. That means the new plant alone can produce 3 to 4 times what we need at our busiest times. So in terms of reliability, meaning keeping the lights on, that's already covered. Now, wind turbines make power when the wind blows and little or none when it doesn't. They help reduce fuel use, but they can't replace the backup plant because sometimes there's no wind. So even if we build the wind farm, we still need the full thermal plant anyways. This is the logic that I'm trying to understand, and here's my question. Given that the new 80 to 100 megawatt thermal plant exceeds the current peak demand of approximately 27 megawatts for the islands, can you confirm whether the islands would still be able to meet peak demand and avoid outages even if Grosse-Île wind project were not built? And I'd like to say that in French if I can. Étant donné que la nouvelle centrale thermique de
Given that the new plant will be about 80 to 100 megawatts, yes, we are all ears. The current maximum demand is 27 megawatts. Do you think that the plants will be able to meet the demand in order to avoid any losses, even if we cannot meet our needs or our target? Thank you so much. Mr. Scully, over to you. Scully, Hydro-Québec, that's a very good question. We need to understand something. You were talking about the 27 megawatts. This is the consumption during the summer. So when we have to consume that during the winter, we are talking about over 50 megawatts. So now the plant is at 66 megawatts. What we are doing now, we want a new plant to be set up because the other plant is actually about to be decommissioned. It's going to be cost effective for Hydro-Québec to acquire a new powerful plant because in any case, the figures that are always revealed are not always the reality. If you read the graphics pertaining to the predictions and the prospects, the next plant will be commissioned by 2035. How about the demand in electricity? Is it going to evolve over time? What I know is that the graphic is always evolving. In terms of residential, everything is always evolving. There is a continuous evolution. So, Mr. Jung, does that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Est-ce que vous avez une deuxième question?
For my second...
Do you have a second question?
Yes. So if the Grosse-Île wind project is built, if the full firm capacity must still be built and maintained regardless of wind production, what specific system reliability function does the Grosse-Île wind project provide on an isolated grid? And then to say in French, si la pleine capacité ferme doit être construite.
If we need to build the full capacity and it has to be maintained throughout, irrespective of the wind production, what specific reliable system can we really tap into?
Monsieur Scully?
Mr. Scully, I will direct the question to my colleague. Mr. John, can you read out your question once again?
Sure. Si la pleine capacité ferme doit être construite.
If the full capacity needs to be built and maintained throughout,
Est-ce que vous parlez du projet éolien?
are you talking about the wind project?
Le projet éolien fonctionne à pleine
The
capacité en
turbine
tout temps.
project, if it operates throughout?
What I'm asking is, if the full firm capacity must still be built for the thermal plant, right, and maintained regardless of the wind production, what specific system reliability function does the Grosse-Île wind project provide on an isolated grid?
OK. OK.
J'ai compris la question,
Oui, ça
madame.
va? OK.
Je vais demander à monsieur Stéphane Thériault, mon
Mr.
expert.
Stéphane Thériault, my expert will be able to take the floor.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente. Stéphane Thériault.
Madam Chair, good morning.
Pour répondre à la
Stéphane from Hydro-Québec. I would like to answer your question. In terms of reliability criterion, it doesn't take into account the wind production and the wind installation. Why? Simply because we cannot guarantee their presence every time. Everything depends on the extreme wind when the turbine might be off. You know, we are talking about a fossil fuel economy, and it's not taken into account in what we are doing. So, Mr. John, reliability of the grid is going to be ensured by the thermal electric plants. So the wind project will generate electricity, but it has nothing to do with the criterion because it depends on the wind, the meteorology, the weather conditions.
Est-ce que ça répond à votre question?
Does it answer your question?
I'm not sure if my question was a little bit confusing. Basically, I just want to know if the full thermal plant still has to be built, okay, for 80 to 100 megawatts, okay, and kept ready at all times. What does the wind project for Grosse-Île actually replace?
OK. Monsieur Scully, ça va?
Mr. Scully, Hydro-Québec will answer to your question. Yannick from Hydro-Québec. Wind energy depends on electricity from the plant. It will help Hydro-Québec to be cost-effective. And we will be able to reduce greenhouse effect. That's the main benefit of this project. This is what we are looking for when we want to embark on this project and tap into the thermal plant capacity. Are you okay with the answer?
Yeah, the logic is escaping me when 80 to 100 megawatts is insured by the thermal plant. I'm not sure how, and it's 50 megawatts right now in the winter, how the wind project itself is actually replacing anything. It seems like it's supplemental.
Est-ce qu'on considère, Monsieur Scully parle de complémentaire.
C'est complémentaire.
Mr. Scully would like to know if it's going to complement. Is it?
C'est un échange de combustible.
It's an exchange of combustibles of the wind versus fossil fuel that we're using at the thermal plant. And this is the consumption of these fuels, allowing the wind farm to participate in giving energy to the Magdalene Islands. So climatic conditions are favorable. So you privilege the entering into the grid and the injection into the grid of the wind farm. Monsieur Leblanc mentioned it. I am going to admit it publicly that the wind farm of the Dune du Nord is performing, and in a very optimal way and in an extraordinary way for 2025. And we're very satisfied, and it allowed us to go above the contract's needs of the energy. And it was injected into the network. So we were able to have savings on that fuel. At our thermal plant, we were able to reduce also greenhouse gases emissions. So, Mr. Scully, I think Mr. Jung, thank you. Mr. Jung, I think we answered your questions. And if you have any other questions, you can try to ask them again. And thank you so much. I'm going to ask Madame Marianne Papillon to speak up. Hello. Hello, Madame Papillon. Elsewhere in Quebec, there's a consultation that on the management plan that's integrated of energy. And we were asking questions at the government, since do we want to borrow? Do we want to develop energy? Do we want to be more sober and be in between? What type of energy do we want? And the autonomous networks were not covered by this consultation. We know there are, provisions and projections, whether at the Hydro-Quebec level or local, municipal, etc. But is there not a government action that merit in the long term? Before we were talking about the ideas of a trajectory, I think the ministry lady of the environment said that we should ask questions that are very long term and societal choices that would allow us to get more clarity. Do we, at the Magdalene Islands, do you want to know if you're part of the thinking? Unfortunately, the consultation to which you're referring was governed by the MEI department, the energy and the economy. So we have no one here to give you information effectually. How are autonomous network considered in this long-term planning? However, we can address these questions in writing to that department. I should not use this acronym. So this is the industry department, the energy department. You know who I'm talking about. So the department responsible for this consultation, and this is how we're going to say it. And then we could get an answer with some delay, and we could put this on the site of the BAP. And so if I remember correctly, they had a role to play in the dismantling of this wind farm. It wasn't Mirn anymore at that time. Well, I think that within this consultation, they may have mentioned it, but they do not have any responsibilities that are ministerial. So I think it's more Quebec that is looking over this project. I'm sorry, this is not what I wanted to say, but I don't want to confuse you more. That's okay. My second question is just to get clarifications. What would be the responsibilities and the obligations, for example, of the Grosse-Île municipality in this project? I'm asking this question because it's a small municipality with very small economy. And then we were talking about various scenarios. For example, who would be the manager or the owner of the bank of loaning, the loaning bank, sorry, and who's taking care of the dismantling of this wind farm, and who's going to manage the project, who's going to work to protect it. And I just wanted to know, to get more clarity on whose obligations are there, who has the responsibilities. So which municipality of Grosse-Île would take care of these things? Madame Cyr? Hello, I'm Karine. I'm the I'm executive director for the Grosse-Île municipality. I am pretty new in this position. I do not have the right answer for you. I can only give research. This is a public that's managed by the community, the maritime community. I do not have the possibility to give you answers, but we're going to make a few suppositions. First, we're going to start with your municipal regulations. Do you have in your bylaws elements that would look at the installation of the wind farms that you need to respect? Do you have minimal distances that would be placed in a bylaw? For now, we do not have those kinds of bylaws. We have made our researches, my colleague and I, and we do not have any bylaws in our municipality for this. And do you have a permit to give? For example, if the initiator is authorized by the Quebec government to build its project, would you have a permit to give? We do not have any permits. I made some researches and we do not have. Okay, if there was a catastrophic event, for example, a very severe storm, and where you would need intervention, where everyone would cooperate, whether it's the public security department, the Department of Transport, if the road is damaged, and the initiator if his project is endangered. And for you, if you're in the loop of this discussion to try to resolve this problem urgently. Unfortunately, I am not in the loop of what we need to do in emergencies. And since the roads are covered by the Department of Transport and the municipalities of the islands, I am not in the know regarding these procedures. Okay, Monsieur Leblanc, on your side, do you have something coming to mind regarding that you have a permit to ask for municipality or any obligation towards the municipality? Actually, we have to follow the regulations that are in the zoning plan of the maritime community, in the bylaws of the municipality of Grosse-Île, especially on distances. And these are obligations that we have and that are respected in the sites that we've proposed. Which means what? It's a distance of 150 meters from a road. So all your wind farms are at that distance. Absolutely. And there are other elements. There's a bylaws for zoning in the maritime community in Grosse-Île, and we have to have a minimal distance. I think it's 500 meters from any habitation. It's at 1.7 kilometers, so we are largely respecting, we're very, comfortably respecting these criteria. And we also have an emergency measures plan that will be elaborated during the building of this project, especially during its phase of ministerial authorization. If we reach this step, of course, and we might give an example of this emergency measures plan of the wind farm right now. It's given to the various actors of or stakeholders of the maritime community, and it's also the direction of public security and fires. And so I think that we've answered the question. So thank you so much, Madame Papillon. So now I would like to ask Madame Chevrier to come and ask a question.
Est-ce que je comprends que maintenant on a un projet avec 4 éoliennes?
We now have a project with 4 turbines that will be set up in the cell. And the 4 turbines will have 3 protection measures. For instance, all those pipelines, when you're talking about the heights and the dimensioning, I don't know if I got you right. Yes, that's the case. We are going to do that follow-up. Yes, she understood the project well. Is that the same for all the 4 wind turbines projects? Yes. You were talking about preserving 3 additional installations while waiting. Is it still valid? Or do you want to maintain the idea? If yes, can you please elaborate on that? How about all the 3 sites? After confirming to Mrs. Chevrier that it's going to be 4, we are confirming that there are going to be 4. These are sites that were proposed beside the Mines-Hélène. We still have 3 on hold because we are still at the selection process. We are at the completion process. It's important for us as developers to be flexible and to be on the safe side. We want to keep up enough space among the various wind turbines. We need to have a specific design for the wind turbines. We may need a bigger space than what was proposed with regard to the turbines that were proposed. We are being proposed 3 sites, but we want to be flexible so far as being on the safe side is concerned. It's important for the project completion. All the 7 sites have been assessed. We conducted an analysis with the ministry. Are you willing to do you want us to approve the overall project? What he is saying is that he wants to keep those 3 sites on hold whenever he has to plan in terms of any challenges. I don't know if I have to ask this question. You are talking about the 2 turbines that we did not mention here. These are turbines where the local people or the animals are fragile. Let's say the people or the animals are at stake. What have you planned? Do you have any obligations in terms of compensating these people when you have to operate the 6 and 7 site? There is no surface or area that will be impacted, that will impact the species or affect the people as well. However, we know that so far as we are close to those people, and this is a study that was conducted by ECCC, that there may be consequences in the vicinities of those sites. This is why we decided to take mitigation measures thanks to the help of the promoter for the wind farm. So for the site 6 and 7, we are going to set up what needs to be done. We have to follow all the provisions that were enacted by the relevant ministries. We need to really identify when to act, and whenever there is an impact, we need to protect the species, the birds, the people, for them to be protected. This will be done when we have to modify the site. I would like to recall that even if it's a protected area, as a developer, we make sure to always keep the habitat safe and the way we found the site. Let's also note that the site has not been operated upon for 20 years now. Thank you so much. The Commission was actually really wanted to ask the question on the site 6 and 7 to protect the birds. Now, I understand that you are so close to an essential habitat. Why don't you transfer the wind farms to the other areas? Because they're not that far.
Oui, donc je pourrais passer là, la parole, si vous me le permettez, à Mme Castonguay, sur la nécessité là, de ces mesures de mitigation là, pour le parc.
She will talk about the mitigation measures.
Bonsoir, Madame la Présidente, Marjolaine Castonguay,
Hello,
Pesca Environnement.
Madam Chair, I'm from the Ministry of Environment.
Les mesures qui ont été proposées par M. Leblanc,
Measures have been proposed by Mr. Leblanc,
par Environnement
and
Canada,
they
principalement
come
pour
from
protéger
the
le
Ministry of
esclavon qui est à
Environment
cet endroit-là. Au niveau
to
des
protect
4 autres
the escadron that is actually around that
ce qui a été
area.
demandé
What was
découle le résultant des résultats de suivi de mortalité
from the findings
dans le secteur de Dune du Nord.
In
Ce qu'on
the
observe, il y a très peu
sector.
de mortalité comme
What
telle
we notice is that
avec l'exploitation du parc de Dune du Nord.
the mortality
Donc,
rate is
les
quite
recommandations
low.
pour les quatre
The recommendations
ou les
for
5
the
dans
4
l'autre secteur,
turbines
il n'y a pas eu
in the
de
other
demande
sectors.
particulière
I don't
au
think there
niveau
was
de
any
mesures pour
specific
protéger ou
request
limiter,
to protect or to
le mode d'exploitation des éoliennes.
limit our operating
Merci pour la
activities.
réponse.
Thank
J'ai
you for
une
your
autre question.
answer.
Ce
I have another
système-là,
question.
est-ce qu'il est utilisé ailleurs au Québec?
Is
Est-ce qu'on
this
en connaît
system
l'efficacité?
used
Ou
in
est-ce que c'est
elsewhere in
utilisé
Quebec?
ailleurs au Canada ou
Or
ailleurs
is
dans le
actually
monde?
operated across the country or at the international level?
Pour l'initiateur, merci. Donc, le système qui serait utilisé, le système qui est principalement utilisé pour les chauves-souris, donc qui serait adapté là, donc, pour une autre utilisation. Donc, un système qui peut permettre de gérer l'exploitation du parc là, autant pour cibler les périodes critiques dans la journée et saisonnière, de façon saisonnière. On vise la période de nidification et avec des conditions environnementales. Pour les chauves-souris, on est plus dans des conditions de est-ce qu'il pleut ou pas. Là, dans les recommandations, on serait plus avec une utilisation par rapport à la visibilité, c'est-à-dire par rapport à est-ce qu'il y a un brouillard qui pourrait réduire cette visibilité-là. Donc, c'est des appareils pour la détection du brouillard qui sont utilisés dans l'éolien, mais pas nécessairement pour cette utilisation-là de protection.
Ma question, c'était est-ce que c'est utilisé ailleurs au Québec?
I would like to know, is it operated
au Québec, de ma connaissance, non.
OK, vous allez être un pionnier. Ailleurs au Canada, est-ce que c'est utilisé et validé?
Is it being operated and validated? Do we know how reliable it is? I don't think I have the information, Madam Chair. Can you focus on that?
Madame Leclerc, on va aller
on?
vers vous. Est-ce que c'est chez vous, au ministère, est-ce que c'est un système qui est connu,
in the ministry, do you
qui
know
est quelquefois recommandé,
such a system?
ou là,
Is it
chez vous, on est aussi
recommended?
dans la nouveauté? Là?
Or is
Je pourrais passer la parole
system?
à mon expert
I would like to
Gauthier de
turn
la
over
direction de la
to
gestion
my
de la faune de la
expert
Gaspésie
who
de
is
Madeleine.
with
Puis
managing
elle avait une présentation sur le suivi de
She had a
mortalité.
presentation.
On va commencer par répondre à la question.
Please, would you mind answering the question?
C'est relié, mais parce que je ne veux pas laisser Madame Chevrier assise.
Madame Chevrier, I would like Madame Chevrier to sit well and
Madame Gauthier, on vous écoute. Est-ce que vous avez entendu ma question?
Did you hear the
Oui,
question?
donc
Yes.
premièrement, bonsoir. Mon nom est Daniel Gauthier. Je suis la responsable des
Hello,
dossiers de
my name is
biodiversité au
Daniel
ministère de la
Gauthier. I
Faune
am
pour la
in charge
région de la
of
Gaspésie et des Îles-de-la-Madeleine.
issues
Je
with
peux pas
the
commenter
ministry
sur les mesures
in
qui
charge of
viennent d'être
wildlife.
proposées par le
I may
promoteur.
not
Ils nous ont pas été déposés, donc on n'a pas pu les
say anything
étudier.
about
C'était
what
d'ailleurs
the
parmi les
developer
dernières séries de questions
mentioned.
qu'on a envoyées
It's a
et
part
on
of
n'a toujours pas eu de
the
réponse.
questions that we put
J'ai pas eu non plus
to
d'échange
them.
récemment
We
avec le
didn't
Service
have any
canadien de la
feedback from
Faune,
them,
donc je
and
sais
we
pas qu'est-ce qu'il
did not also
aurait pu
hear back
demander
from
en
the
parallèle au promoteur.
services responsible
Pour ce qui est
for
des
wildlife.
systèmes visant
With
l'arrêt
regard to the
des
systems
éoliennes en fonction des
that
conditions
have
météo
to
de visibilité,
put
à ma
an end
connaissance, il n'y
to
en
the
a pas au
system,
Québec.
I don't think there's
J'ai
one
pas
in Quebec.
d'informations par rapport à
I don't
l'efficacité
think
de
I have
telle méthode.
also
Les méthodes
any
qu'on connaît
information
qui ont quand même
on
eu des
it
démonstrations
elsewhere.
d'efficacité, c'est des méthodes pour repérer les
All
oiseaux de
the
proie,
methods
arrêter
that
les
were
éoliennes quand il y a un oiseau de
reliable
proie dans le secteur. Et
were
pour les chauves-souris, c'est des
on
systèmes, dans le fond,
specific
qui
birds, but now
empêchent de démarrer les
concerning the
éoliennes
bats,
quand le vent est faible. Parce qu'on sait que les
what we do
chauves-souris
is that
vont
we
voler
want to stop
quand les vents
the
sont faibles.
wind
Donc, si l'éolienne ne tourne
turbines
pas quand le vent est
whenever
faible, il
there
n'y a pas
are
de risque de
bats
collision.
around.
Si on attend que les
So
vents
that
atteignent une
there
certaine
should
vitesse
not
pour
be
démarrer les éoliennes,
collision.
il n'y a pas de chevauchement
So
d'utilisation
to
du milieu entre l'éolienne
turn
et la
on the
chauve-souris. Donc, ça
turbines,
peut réduire
we
pratiquement
need to
complètement
be
toutes
very
les
watchful so that
collisions
the bats
si on
should
atteint un
not
certain
be
seuil de
around.
vitesse de vent.
And
Mais ça,
all
c'est le genre
depends on
de
the
mesure
speed of the
tout à fait
turbines.
compatible avec
Do you
l'activité des
think it's
chauves-souris.
compatible with
Ce
the
serait
activities
pas
of the bats?
applicable ou utile au niveau des oiseaux, là, si
Is
je
it
comprends bien.
applicable to all the
Pas
species of
nécessairement
birds?
si
Not necessarily.
le raisonnement derrière ça peut s'appliquer à une même espèce
The rationale
d'oiseau. Oui, ça
around
peut
it
être
is that
pertinent. Si un
we
oiseau
may
volerait
apply
juste
it
dans
to
des
the
conditions
same
de
species
faible
of
vent,
birds.
oui, ça
Yes,
pourrait être
if
pertinent. Mais les études
it's
ont
about
été
the
faites au niveau
same
des chauves-souris.
birds.
OK. Merci
Yes,
beaucoup.
but what our study was carried out on
Madame
the bat.
Chevrier, est-ce que vous aviez une
Madame
autre question?
Chevrier, any other question?
Toujours dans ce secteur et dans
Yes.
dans la question des
Still
protections.
the same sector and
Dans
on
l'étude, on
protection.
dit que
The study reveals
pour
that
protéger le
to
projet, il faut protéger la route.
we need to preserve the roads,
Stabiliser la route,
stabilize the roads,
stabiliser le littoral, c'est ça qui fait.
littoral.
Est-ce que maintenant qu'on sait que les éoliennes vont être
Now that we
protégées,
know that the turbines
on
will
n'aura
be
pas besoin de
protected,
protéger la
do
route?
we still need to
Est-ce que je comprends bien?
On va commencer par vérifier. Monsieur Leblanc,
Does
avez-vous
it mean that
affirmé
we don't have to
qu'en
protect the
quelque
road
part,
as
vous
well?
essayez de protéger
So
la
in
route?
other terms, you were talking about
Pas de
protecting
seul.
the road.
Non, nous n'avons pas mentionné aussi. Ici, j'ai laissé cette impression. Je m'en excuse, Madame Paul. Pour répondre à la question de Madame Chevrier, nous ne voulons pas prendre la responsabilité de protéger la route. Par contre, si des installations, si des mesures de protection du littoral devaient être mises en place dans un avenir lointain, vers la fin de vie du projet, nous voulons nous coordonner avec les utilisateurs du site parce que ces mesures-là pourraient avoir un bénéfice commun pour l'ensemble des utilisateurs, dont le NTMD, mais également Hydro-Québec, Minnesota, et les utilisateurs du bâtiment là, qui se trouvent sur le site, le bâtiment de stockage pour Minnesota d'explosifs. C'est un site où il y a plusieurs utilisateurs, on veut se coordonner avec eux.
Madame Chevrier, ça me ramène à toute notre discussion de début d'audience sur l'érosion et la submersion côtière. Vous venez de mentionner que vous voulez vous coordonner, mais de votre côté, dans le fond, pour le moment, ce que vous nous dites par rapport à votre projet, c'est que vous favorisez les mesures que Mme Chevrier a mentionnées, qui sont les mesures techniques. À partir, vous rehaussez vos fondations, vous installez des planches pour protéger vos installations. Mais si jamais il y avait un événement, on va dire, comme un aléa événementiel important, une grosse tempête, bref, où là, il y a du dommage vraiment important et il y a besoin d'y avoir des travaux qui sont faits le long de la côte dans votre secteur. Comment vous vous engagez à participer ou à vous coordonner avec les acteurs?
How do you intend to coordinate with all the stakeholders and the operators? How would you go about that?
Parce qu'il y a des coûts associés à ça, des coûts importants.
These incur so much financing.
Donc, d'une part, au niveau
From one
d'aléas climatiques ou de
when we're looking at
je
difficulties,
tiens à rappeler que
difficulties
présentement,
or
la marge de
extreme
recul
storms, I would
est
say that
très
right now
importante
the
et,
margin is very
Monsieur,
important.
Nicolas Guillemette, là, si
Mr. Nicolas Guillemette
la
can
séance se
explain,
poursuit, là,
can say if we're going to continue,
sinon pour avoir une réponse écrite au besoin. Mais
we might
l'étude de
need
M.
a
Guillemette
written
démontre
answer.
qu'à court terme, il n'y a
So the
aucun
setback margin is
risque
very
pour le
big.
projet au niveau d'érosion
So
submersible, parce que nous
the
avons une
study
marge de
of
recul
Mr. Guillemette
importante
shows
de
that
90 mètres et
in
plus.
the short term there is no risk for the project
Vous pouvez
in
mettre
terms of
des
erosion and
éléments
submersion.
extrêmes, non
So we
seulement,
have
dans un
a
horizon
setback
moyen et long
margin
terme,
that
mais
is
une des
very
mesures
broad,
disons, de base que le gouvernement s'est vraiment
1.990
faire un
meters
suivi
and more.
pour voir venir le recul
So this is for extreme events as well.
et pour avoir
So
venir
this is for
d'avance
a
le moment où
midterm
il pourrait y avoir un risque
projection.
plus important. Je dis
We do
pourrait,
have
selon
basic
l'évolution
measures
de
that we can
l'érosion
put in
dans les
place.
20-25 prochaines années.
So if we're going to
avoir un
see
risque
this
plus élevé
erosion
d'événements
of the coastline, we're going,
à ce
this is a
moment-là,
risk
quand
that's
ce
more
risque-là
important.
sera devenu
So
plus élevé,
the evolution
on veut
of
se
erosion
en fait une
in the
demande, entre autres, à la
20,
communauté maritime
25,
pour joindre les acteurs qui sont
20 or
ciblés dans le
25
secteur
years
dans
coming,
le cadre d'intervention.
especially for a high risk for extreme events. At that time, the risk will become higher. And if we want to coordinate, we already made a request to the maritime community, and we can meet with the various stakeholders that are targeted by the sector. So in terms of interventions, if there's erosion of the coastlines, obviously we're going to protect our, installations, our facilities. It's one of the ways to do it, and our design is preventative. But we're going to evaluate eventually. So we would like to have more advanced protection measures when we will have a risk. So in the end of the project, that will happen. So please don't move, Madame Chevret. I did not finish. We're going to look at Monsieur Caron. Monsieur Caron, are you still there?
On n'a pas le droit maintenant,
yes, so
il y a des règlements qui interdisent des constructions en zone
Public
inondable.
Security, you have heard the answer of Monsieur Leblanc.
C'est un peu la même chose là,
I'm
pour
going to give you
une
an analogy.
construction en bordure de rive ici aux
For someone who
Îles-de-la-Madeleine,
doesn't know
où on
this
sait
well,
fort bien qu'éventuellement,
we do not
à
have
tout
the right
moment,
right now.
au-delà
There's
du
no
retrait,
bylaws that
on va
will
dire
stop the
régulier,
construction
l'évolution
in
régulière de l'érosion, il peut y
zone
avoir
that
un
can get
événement
flooded.
météorologique qui
But I'm going
accentue
to
tout
give you
d'un
an
coup très
analogy
gravement ce
that
recul-là.
we're going
Est-ce
to
que chez
construct things on the
au
border of a
niveau des
river or on
programmes
the
qui
coastline in the
financent
Magdalene
ces
Islands.
travaux-là,
We know that
quand
eventually
vous
there's going to be
puis là, M. Leblanc, je ne veux pas vous
a
accuser
setback.
d'inconscience, là, mais quand vous avez quelqu'un qui s'installe comme ça sur un cordon dunaire, et qu'un jour il se retrouve avec une grosse disparition de sa bande de protection,
Monsieur
le cadre
Leblanc,
de 90 mètres a énormément réduit. Est-ce que vous assumez, vous, les coûts ou vous demandez à l'initiateur de prendre ça à sa charge complètement? Parce qu'après tout, il a décidé de s'installer là. Ou alors, est-ce que c'est toute la collectivité qui paye pour ça?
His protection band, the 90 meters, was reduced, for example.
La municipalité l'expliquait tantôt, il y a un cadre normatif en vigueur avec une cartographie de zones de contraintes qui vient réglementer qu'est-ce qu'on peut construire dans ces zones de contraintes. Donc, même principe que pour les zones d'inondation, dans les zones d'érosion, il y a des secteurs où les constructions sont permises. Je mentionnais plutôt aussi le site actuel choisi par le promoteur et à l'extérieur de ces zones de contraintes.
The municipality was explaining this before, that in the normal framework that is existing now, we're looking at the constraints in the zones on the maps. There was regulated already that these zones have some erosion and some flooding, possibly. And I was talking about the current site right now, and with the promoter and outside of these constraint zones. So we have our Department of Public Security, Mountain Star, historically, that were reacting also to these events. So we don't have many prevention measures, and we have a general program for financial aid when there are big events, acts of God. Then
ou
So
encore
if there are
avec des
important
solutions d'ingénierie
damages,
pour
we could maybe look at
prévenir
this.
les
We would like to
conséquences
help
du
those
déferlement
who have
côtier ou
been
de la
affected by
submersion
these
côtière.
events.
C'est des solutions qu'on essaie de mettre en place,
So
mais
on the
nos
continent and
moyens
also at
sont limités.
Gaspésie,
Comme
Bas-Saint-Laurent
Mme
and
Boyer, le
the
maire, le disait
North
aussi,
Coast,
on
there are different
on
projects
n'a
that
pas
will put this in
l'intention, on
place.
n'a pas la
We
capacité
cannot see
de
the
protéger
consequences. We cannot
l'ensemble
see
du
what's
Québec
happening.
maritime face à
This,
ça.
Donc,
so
vous faites des choix.
there are
Et
new
est-ce-
des choix qui sont faits.
infrastructures.
Il y a des
There's
choix qui sont faits.
preventative
Et dans le
measures.
cas du
There's
projet
the
qu'on a à l'étude,
administering of the territory, and
est-ce
there's
que
a normative
parmi les
type of way.
critères pour
So we do
établir
not.
vos choix,
We have limited
entre
means.
là-dedans
Madame
le
Boyer,
fait
the
que
mayor was
l'initiateur
saying
pourrait
this as well.
assumer
But our
complètement
intention
les
is
coûts
to help, and
face à ces installations.
we cannot protect
Est-ce que ça
all
compte?
of Maritime Quebec, so we're going to have to
Malheureusement,
make
je
choices.
n'ai pas
Okay,
les
we're going to make
critères
choices.
de
So
sélection.
regarding
Parmi les critères, je
the
sais qu'il y a une analyse
selection
coût-avantage.
choices,
Est-ce que
the initiator
les coûts pour
can
mettre en place une solution
pay
d'ingénierie
for
pour
all
se
these things
protéger
regarding
est
the,
supérieur
for example,
à la
the
valeur qu'on
facilities.
protège?
Monsieur Caron,
Unfortunately, the selection criteria, there's
Donc,
an analysis that's being done for the
ces
cost to
critères-là
put
sont
this in place
aussi en lien avec notre
for,
programme général d'aide financière lors des sinistres, qui rend
engineering
certaines
solutions
catégories
that's going to protect these things.
de commerce, de
So
bâtiments,
we're going
d'usage,
to protect the
admissibles à notre
value.
programme d'aide
Monsieur
financière.
Caron, please
Donc,
slow
c'est
down.
du cas par
Okay,
cas
so
l'admissibilité à ce
for
programme-là. Donc,
the
en théorie,
commercial categories,
une
whether
industrie ou un
it's
commerce qui serait
buildings
admissible à ce programme, ne serait pas admissible à ce
uses that are
programme-là,
admissible
pourra pas aussi
in our program
bénéficier
for
de
financial aid.
des solutions
So we're
qui
going to
peuvent
look at
être mises
this
en place
case by
dans un cadre de
case for
prévention
those who are
pour les
eligible
sinistres.
for this
Et
program. So in
particularité
theory,
importante,
an industry
seulement les
or commerce
municipalités au
will be
Québec
admissible
peuvent
in a
bénéficier d'un
program
cadre de prévention
that
des sinistres. Donc, il faudrait que ce soit un projet qui soit porté par la municipalité
so
pour
to
que ce
benefit
soit
from the
réalisé
solution, you would have
pour
to put in
le cas
place
précis
in a
du
preventative
CP Grosse-Île.
type
donc,
of
il faudrait
framework
que cette stabilisation-là
for
ne
the,
soit pas portée par l'initiateur, mais portée
events,
par
acts of
la
God,
communauté
and
maritime.
the municipalities of Quebec can benefit from these preventions of these acts of God.
Bougez pas. Toujours dans
So that this can
dans
be
cette,
realized, we're going to look at the specifics of the eco-style.
Monsieur Leblanc.
So for the financing measures, in preventative measures of these acts of God,
Je vous lis un passage de l'étude qu'on retrouve dans le
in
PS
this type
5.6,
of
donc le dernier document de réponse aux
way of
questions
thinking, we're going to look at some information, Monsieur
Au regard
Leblanc.
des
I'm going to read
mesures
a
d'adaptation
passage.
envisagées pour
So,
répondre aux risques d'érosion de
in
submersion
terms
côtière, vous
of
mentionnez que les
adaptation
surcoûts liés à
measures that we're
l'adaptation des
looking at
fondations,
to answer
option qui
the
semble maintenant
erosion
privilégiée, on
and
l'a bien compris,
submersion
pourraient se
risks
situer entre 10 et
on
25
coastlines.
millions. Est-ce que ce
So
sont
for
toujours
the
des
extra
montants
costs to
qui
adapt
sont
the
dans votre
foundations
fourchette
that we would like to prefer, are we, the
Ce sont
extra
des
costs could be
montants
from
qui,
10 to
dans la
25 million
fourchette qui
dollars.
sont en estimation.
Are these the types of amounts that we're still
confirmés,
looking at?
on a
Yes,
un
these
ordre
are
de grandeur
the
qui est le bon.
from 10 to
Tandis
25
que
millions.
ceux
We're looking at
associés à la
the
stabilisation du
size
littoral,
of
qui
the
était
investment,
en passant
approximate.
un petit peu la
Okay, so then we're going to look at the
recommandation phare
stabilization of
serait
the
plutôt de l'ordre
coastline.
de 40 à 60 millions.
And when we're looking
En
at
lien avec
the
l'adaptation des
report
fondations,
of La
vous
Salle,
précisez,
so
on
would
parle
be
des
rather
fondations,
from
donc
40
ce
to
que vous
60
nous avez
million
annoncé.
dollars. So when we're looking at
Précisez
the
également
adaptation
que
of
ce
the
coût additionnel
foundations,
se
and so we're
reflèterait
talking
dans
about
le
the
coût de
foundations that
vente
you
de
mentioned. So you
l'électricité.
mentioning
Dans la
that
mesure
the
où vous avez un
supplementary
contrat avec
costs
Hydro-Québec,
would be
est-ce que
seen
le
in the
contrat
cost of
prévoit
sales of
une
electricity.
révision du
So
coût
in your contract with
pour
Hydro-Quebec, is
dans
the
le fond,
contract
pour,
going to
étant donné
allow
les
a
efforts
revision
supplémentaires que vous
of
devez
the
faire pour
cost
protéger
for
vos
these
installations?
for these supplementary efforts that you're going to do to
Pour
protect your
le
facilities?
projet, on a un projet
For the
qui,
project, we
élément
have a
financier
project
solide,
that
selon nous, et qui
it has a
va
financial
rester
element that is very
compétitif, là,
solid
au niveau
and
du
that will
prix, de
continue to
l'électricité.
be competitive in terms of the price of the electricity. So that's
Donc,
all I
rien
can
dans
give
le
you as
contrat
type of
qui
information.
prévoit
So there's nothing in the
finalement ce genre de
contract that will
situation-là. Vous avez un
permit or
prix qui
will
vous est offert.
prepare ourselves
C'est
for this
celui-là qui est dans
situation.
le
So this is
contrat.
the
Et puis,
price that you're
l'augmentation
offering,
des
and
coûts
this
de
one
construction
in
liés
this contract, and the
aux
increase
aménagements que
of the
vous
cost
devez
of
faire, c'est
construction
vous qui les
in the
absorbez.
extra
Tout à fait. Pour pour être clair,
work that
Madame
you
Paul,
have to do,
nous
you're going
allons
to absorb
assumer
it.
nos responsabilités par
D'accord.
rapport à la
To be
protection
perfectly
côtière.
clear, Madame Paul, we're going to assume our responsibilities
par rapport au
for
parallèle,
the coastline protection.
inondations,
And I would do it when we're looking
Comme
at flooding for
on a eu
homes as
la
well, as
confirmation
we
au niveau de la sécurité
had the
publique,
confirmation in terms of
on n'est
public
pas dans une
security,
zone qui est présentement,
we are not in a
donc au niveau
zone
des
right now
risques d'inondation, on est plutôt
is
dans
at
la
risk in terms
situation
of
où on
flooding
n'est
risks.
pas dans une
We're
zone
rather in a
actuelle
situation,
d'inondation,
we're not
mais comme
right now in a zone
bon
where
promoteur
there's flooding,
avec
but as a good
l'appui et les
promoter,
demandes du ministère de
with the help and
l'Environnement
the support
qui s'assure
of
qu'on soit
the
résilient par rapport au changement
Department
climatique,
of
donc on fait des
Environment,
gestes
they want to
supplémentaires
be
de
resilient
prévision
for
et
climate change
de
in regards to climate change. So we're going to do supplementary work and, you know, predictions. We're going to do modeling so we can predict what could happen in the future, and we're going to do extra work to be even more resilient and to stay solid and contribute in an important way to
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur
the
Scully, j'irai vers vous pour
use
peut-être un
of
petit
the
complément
various
d'information plus général.
networks for the next 30 years.
Est-ce qu'il y a des ajustements
Thank you so much. Monsieur Scully, I would like to go speak to you for some extra information that's general. Do you have any contractual adjustments that are possible for the type of contract that you have with the initiator? Are these practices that we do in Hydro-Québec to revise and modify contracts? Mr. Scully from Hydro-Québec, usually no. The risk that's shared between Hydro-Québec and the promoter is the price of electricity. Of course, the promoter has changes, for example, for wind turbines in the contract, so there's already a manufacturer that is identified, so it's the promoter that has to make the choice and to make a request to Hydro-Québec to modify it. So otherwise, there are no options to modify in the contract. Okay, thank you so much. So regarding the coastline submersion and erosion, my question for the Department of Transport, you have right now a procedure to evaluate this, and as you mentioned before, the program is for the next 10 years, and the program sees that on Route 199, there are construction work close to the facilities of the initiator. Alexandre Sauvageau, the Department of Transport and mobility. So first of all, we're going to have a storage place for sand that is close by. So is this permanent? So I would not say it's permanent, but there's going to be a renaturalization of the site. To no longer need the site, but I wouldn't say it's permanent, but we have a determined end of life. So now for the works, we have right now recharges like adding more sand. So I would say as needed. So yearly at two specific places, I would say close to Route 199 and there's also different sites on 54. So there's others on 199 on the lagoon side and also on the Gulf Coast.
Est-ce qu'il y a un
In terms
en fait, ma question, c'est est-ce que vous allez vous
those
trouver
who
en
are
travaux
far
en
from
même
the
temps
works,
que M. Leblanc va être en travaux?
So do you have deadlines, specific deadlines? Okay, so do you have work that you're doing, Monsieur Leblanc, that will be done if his project is authorized? If I understand well, it's going to be for the next 2-3 years. If I understood correctly, it's not impossible to have construction job at the same time. It's not impossible. So there's no predetermined calendar. So if there might be a sudden event.
Si j'aurais une autre question dans un autre
domaine, does that work? It works.
On aura une séance demain après-midi, je l'annonce officiellement, mais posez-la, vous êtes là.
Puis elle est très courte. La question des batteries. De quoi il s'agit quand on dit que il faut quand même que ce soit couplé et que ça soit
vous parlez du système de stockage de l'énergie?
Exactement. Je voudrais savoir qu'est-ce que c'est
energy system? The energy storage system, I'm sorry.
Est-ce qu'il y a un échéancier là-dessus?
Exactly. When we're looking at the 10 megawatts, is there a deadline for this?
Combien de mégawatts peut recevoir
megawatts
dans le
can
couplage? Parce que
be
jusqu'à
received
maintenant, il
in
me
the
semble qu'on avait
coupling?
toujours entendu qu'il y avait
Thus
une
far,
limite
we've always heard that there's a
de
limit
production éolienne ou autre
of
nature.
wind production.
Monsieur Scully, comment ça fonctionne?
La batterie.
Comment ça fonctionne?
Il y a deux questions, puis
Oui.
je vais commencer par la première, puis
Oui.
juste pour, on va peut-être revenir. Bon, premièrement, le système de stockage d'énergie qui va appartenir à Hydro-Québec va être situé, c'est un système de stockage d'à peu près de 10 MW qui est prévu, qui va être, qui en fin de compte est développé avec Evlo, qui va être installé, c'est un type de batterie solide qui va être installé près de la centrale thermique existante en ce moment. Ça, c'est une chose. Et va être raccordé à la centrale pour subvenir aux besoins dans le cas de certaines situations et assurer un rôle de stabilité et fiabilité.
And it will help us to be more stable and reliable.
La deuxième question, je commence déjà à l'oublier.
Second question, I'm so sorry, I forgot. Yes, you're talking about the wind
c'est ça. Oui, avec c'est sûr et certain que ça va nous permettre, parce qu'étant donné que l'énergie éolienne, c'est de l'intermittent, donc, avec la batterie et avec la centrale, ça va nous permettre de gérer le réseau de façon beaucoup plus juste, je pourrais dire, à ce moment-là, pour l'ensemble du réseau de l'Île-de-la-Madeleine.
This is for the Magdalene grid. Which capacity are we talking about?
La deux. Madame la Présidente,
Madame Chair,
juste pour être sûr et certain, c'est ça, la quantité d'énergie éolienne qu'on peut intégrer au réseau des îles a été calculée approximativement justement au niveau des puissances. Le 6 à 8 pour Dune du Nord et à 16,8 en ce moment pour le projet de PG. Donc, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on peut réellement...
En fait, vous pouvez tout prendre.
On essaye de tout prendre,
yes,
tout dépendant des conditions climatiques.
It depends on the weather
Et
conditions.
des conditions d'exploitation de notre centrale en ce moment.
And how,
Madame
we would
Chevrier,
like
je
to
pense qu'on
operate
va,
the
vous
plant.
reviendrez demain après-midi,
Madame
parce qu'on a encore du monde.
Non, mais j'ai pas d'autres questions.
Mais
quand même, est-ce que je comprends que les 4 plus les 2, c'est le maximum que vous pouvez recevoir?
What you can contain.
Les 4 éoliennes
plus 2, 6 éoliennes à 4.
Est-ce que tout ça peut être accumulé dans votre système de stockage?
Pas que de stockage.
C'est
intégré dans...
Est-ce qu'il y aura du développement éolien futur? Je ne peux pas répondre à ça.
Est-ce que vous pourriez recevoir
Est-ce qu'on peut recevoir plus d'énergie éolienne sur le réseau? Ça dépend toujours du réseau. Ça fait partie des études qu'on doit faire à chaque moment.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Chevrier.
Je
vais fermer le registre. Il nous reste 4 personnes donc, pour ce soir. Et on y va avec M. Jean-Paul Roy, qui est au téléphone.
Jean-Paul Roy, online.
Monsieur Roy, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Mr. Roy, are you here?
Oui, je suis là.
Sure.
Allez-y avec votre première question.
Go ahead. You have a question?
Première question.
First question.
Est-ce que l'Alliance de l'Est peut, par écrit, nous fournir par 100 000 de la valeur foncière d'une MRC comme Rivière-du-Loup? L'endossement cumulatif des fonds propres par les propriétaires fonciers et les revenus cumulatifs annuels aussi par 100 000 d'évaluation foncière pour l'ensemble des projets éoliens existants et les autres autorisés à ce jour sur tout le territoire de l'Alliance de l'Est.
Monsieur Leblanc, la question manifestement est pour Monsieur Deschênes.
I can see that
Alors,
it's a
Monsieur
question
Deschênes,
directed to Mr. Deschênes.
Est-ce que vous avez bien compris la question?
Pas tout à fait, mais je pense que oui.
Peut-être.
Est-ce que vous pourriez quand même me faire un petit bout, Madame la Présidente?
Je pense qu'on va demander à M. Roy de la répéter parce que je risque de passer à côté. Monsieur Roy, est-ce que vous pourriez répéter votre question? Le Monsieur Deschênes est tout oui.
Mr. Deschênes is all ears.
Oui, OK. Est-ce que l'Alliance de l'Est peut, par écrit, nous fournir par 100 000 de la valeur foncière d'une MRC comme Rivière-du-Loup. L'endossement cumulatif des fonds propres par les propriétaires fonciers et les revenus cumulatifs annuels aussi par 100 000 d'évaluation foncière pour l'ensemble des projets éoliens existants et les autres autorisés à ce jour sur tout le territoire de l'Alliance de l'Est.
Bon, on a bien compris la question, M. Roy. Par contre, M. Deschênes ne vous répondra pas par écrit. M. Deschênes va répondre ici, devant l'assistance, et tout ce qu'il va dire va se retrouver dans les transcriptions. Donc, de façon, on va dire, secondaire, vous allez quand même avoir une réponse écrite. Alors, M. Deschênes,
Madame la Présidente, je pense que ça sera quasi impossible de répondre à la question de M. Roy pour une fort et simple raison. Notre groupement possède 209 municipalités. Ça sera un travail acharné, colossal. Je ne vois pas comment, jusqu'où, que ce serait pertinent pour la Commission. Et l'objectif ici n'est pas de répondre à M. Roy, mais je pense qu'on s'éloigne un peu en même temps de parler du projet de PJ. Si vous nous imposez de faire le travail, moi, quand je vais le faire, mais je vous offre aucune garantie ce soir.
Bon, M. Roy, on ne peut pas avoir de réponse rapide parce que c'est une question extrêmement complexe qui, effectivement, déborde de beaucoup du projet qui nous occupe. Est-ce que vous avez une question peut-être plus rattachée, qui concerne toujours les redevances et les dividendes versés, mais qui est beaucoup plus rattachée au projet pour lequel la Commission a été mandatée?
Je peux répéter la question pour le projet des Grosse-Île. La question s'applique pour le projet du Grosse-Île aussi.
OK. Donc, justement, reformulez-la pour le projet de Grosse-Île.
Parce que comme propriétaire foncier...
Monsieur Roy, reformulez-moi la question, s'il vous plaît, pour le projet de Grosse-Île.
Ask your question once again.
Est-ce que l'Alliance de l'Est peut nous former pour le projet éolien Grosse-Île par 100 000 de la valeur foncière des propriétés, l'endossement cumulatif des fonds propres par les propriétaires fonciers et les revenus cumulatifs annuels aussi par 100 000 d'évaluation foncière pour l'ensemble des projets éoliens existants. Il est autorisé à ce jour sur tout le territoire de l'Alliance de l'Est.
Est-ce que vous pouvez faire l'exercice pour le projet de Grosse-Île, M. Deschênes? Je pense à la première partie de la question.
C'est une excellente question, Madame la Présidente. Je vais prendre la question en délibéré.
Je pense que vous ne pouvez pas répondre à ça ici sur le banc. Il va falloir prendre une réflexion, notamment pour la deuxième partie de la question. Monsieur Roy, vous n'aurez pas une réponse ce soir, mais on siège demain après-midi. Est-ce que vous pensez que demain après-midi, M. Deschênes, ça va être possible ou ça va être plus long?
Écoutez, sans engagement ferme, je vais voir avec mon équipe. Soyez assurés qu'on prend en considération chaque question qui vous est adressée. Donc, on reviendra avec une réponse qui soit favorable ou non, mais on s'engage de revenir sur le sujet.
OK, parfait. Donc, M. Roy, demain, on va, en début de séance, on va reparler à M. Deschênes sur cette question-là pour voir qu'est-ce qu'il peut nous apporter comme information. Maintenant, votre deuxième question.
Il n'y a pas de problème. M. Deschênes peut répondre.
No worries, Mr. Deschênes can answer later on.
Bon, vous avez du lourd, M. Deschênes.
Ma deuxième question, c'est est-ce que l'Alliance de l'Est peut, par écrit, parce que éventuellement elle peut répondre au pape, nous former un avis élaboré d'experts sur la valeur marchande future des propriétés existantes dans le voisinage des parcs éoliens, impliquant le travail des courtiers immobiliers avec leur commission et impliquant l'effet attractif ou non à s'établir proche d'un parc éolien sur le territoire de l'Alliance de l'Est.
that will be
Deschênes, est-ce que vous avez
engaged
des
so far as the
informations
territoire de l'Alliance is
sur
concerned?
l'évolution de la
Do you
valeur
have
des
any
propriétés à proximité des parcs éoliens
answer
qui
to
vous
that?
concernent?
Nous,
How about the
on travaille
value
beaucoup avec notamment
of
le
the wind
scientifique
farms?
en chef
We
du
work
Québec
with
qui s'est déjà prononcé sur le
lead
sujet, où il n'y avait
scientists
aucune
that
remarque
have
sur
already given their
des avis
opinions
néfastes ou
in terms of
extraordinaires. Donc, ça suit les tendances de marché,
the,
notamment lorsqu'il y a les dépôts de
sticks
rôle
of the
triennal
market
foncier des municipalités.
when it
Donc, il n'y a
comes
aucune
to
incidence, soit autant positive que
tax
négative,
issues.
sur
We don't
la
have any
valeur
negative
foncière
impact
des
in
maisons
terms of the
environnant d'un parc
tax
éolien.
C'est
value
ce que
of
vous
all
observez
the
autour de, je dirais, vos
houses
parcs éoliens.
surrounding
Également,
the wind
dans
farms.
ceux à lesquels nous avons en
Is it
service, c'est
for
le
the
cas.
specific wind
Puis,
farms
comme
you're talking
mentionné
about?
avec le scientifique en chef qui, lui,
Yes,
a élargi
but
ses
with the
recherches
scientists that
à
we
travers les autres parcs éoliens du
collaborated
Québec,
with, he
font en
was
sorte qu'il n'y a
able
pas
to
aucune
carry
incidence.
out the research for across Quebec.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, M. Deschênes.
Thank you
Alors,
so
M.
much, Mr.
Roy, c'était
Deschênes.
la
Mr.
réponse à
Roy, that
votre
was
deuxième question.
the
On
answer
va
to your
maintenant
question.
passer toujours par téléphone
Now,
avec
still
Mme
on the call,
Louise Morin.
Madame Louise Morin.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, Madame Morin, on vous
Hear me
entend.
out,
Est-ce
Madame
que vous
Morin?
m'entendez?
Yes.
Oui.
Yes.
Moi,
Oui,
je vous
bonsoir.
entends.
Alors, oui, moi aussi très bien, merci.
Yes, I can hear you
Je vais
loud and
continuer
clear as well.
à aborder un petit peu le modèle d'affaires de ce
want
parc
us to
éolien.
focus on the
Il y a eu
business
des
model
recherches faites
for
par
this wind farm.
l'Institut de recherche en économie contemporaine,
A study
l'Institut
was
de recherche en
conducted
information
by the
socio-écologique,
Institute for
qui ont
Research
démontré
in
que les
socio-ecological
redevances
issues,
qui sont versées aux
and
gens, finalement,
it
de
was
parcs éoliens dans les
revealed that
municipalités,
all the
c'est très peu. C'est
dividends
moins de
and
100 $ par
royalties that are
personne.
being
Les petites
given
municipalités,
to
c'est
the
50 $
various
par personne. C'est
people
comme moins de
are
2% du budget de la
irrelevant.
municipalité. Et par
It's
contre,
actually
si les
just a
ententes
portion of the
Hydro-Québec
municipality's
étaient
budget.
avec l'Alliance de l'Est et
How about
Hydro-Québec,
Hydro-Québec and
si c'était
Alliance de l'Est?
seulement une entente entre les deux,
Signing
Hydro-Québec et l'Alliance de
an
l'Est,
agreement?
les municipalités recevraient quelque chose
Maybe
comme
if
100
there is
fois
such an
plus
agreement,
de redevances.
municipalities
Il y a une part
may be able
importante
to
de rente
receive
qui s'en va au privé.
royalties
Par contre,
that are
Hydro-Québec et
100
même
times
les études,
better.
par exemple de l'IREC, montrent que
An IREC study
la perte de
revealed
la
that
rente éolienne pour Hydro-Québec, le fait
Hydro-Québec
qu'ils soient
is
responsables des coûts d'intégration
likely
de
to
l'électricité
incur some
éolienne,
losses in
la
terms
perte
of
des revenus, les effets
wind
cumulatifs de tout ça, fait en
grid.
sorte que Hydro-Québec, avec ce modèle d'affaires-là, est conduit
With
à
Hydro-Québec facing
plus ou moins
such a
rapidement
challenge,
vers un bris de service, en fait, vers une crise de tarifs, et puis probablement la possibilité de devoir
Hydro-Québec
vendre ses
may
électriques.
face
Donc,
tariff
vraiment,
prices
la débarque
and maybe will
d'Hydro-Québec.
have to
Alors, moi, je me demande
sell their shares.
comment, je veux dire, les gens d'Hydro-Québec connaissent ces études-là. Qu'est-ce qui justifie de conserver ce modèle de privatisation d'électricité quand on est au courant du mur vers lequel se profile Hydro-Québec?
When we know that it's not the
Monsieur
most
Scully,
reliable.
D'abord, est-ce que vous êtes au courant de l'étude à laquelle Mme
Deschênes,
Morin fait référence?
Are you aware of this
Bien Scully,
study?
Hydro-Québec.
Yes.
À ma connaissance, non. J'ai pas aucune connaissance de
I don't
cette
think
étude-là.
Est-ce que vous pouvez... c'est effectivement une étude
I'm
qui a
not aware
quand
of
même
that
connu un
study.
certain retentissement. Est-ce que
I
vous
think it's a study
pouvez
that was quite
prendre la
known
question
by
en
many people.
délibéré? Parce que
Can
le
you
scénario
get
de
down
Mme
that
Morin est
question
quand même
and
inquiétant.
so that we can discuss about
D'après
that
Mme
later
Morin,
on?
ça va
Madame
essayer
Morin is quite worried about this.
Je
I
comprends,
don't think,
Madame la
things are
Présidente. Cependant, je
going
me
your
pose la
way.
question au niveau de la pertinence, au niveau du projet de
Yes.
Grosse-Île à ce sujet, étant
I am
donné
worried
que
Étant
about
donné que je suis d'accord
how relevant
avec
it
vous,
is.
mais
I agree
comme
with you, but
c'est quand même un
given that
développement
is
éolien, c'est le genre de
part of a
questions que la
wind
Commission
development
va
project,
accueillir,
the
mais je
Commission
comprends que
will
pour vous,
have
là, vous
to
ne pouvez pas répondre
focus on that. I understand that
immédiatement.
you may not
Je vous demanderai
answer to this
peut-être
right
de
away.
prendre la question en
How
délibéré.
about taking down
Madame
notes?
Bataillé
You will
va
answer
vous
to that
assister
right
pour la
after.
réponse.
je vais
Your
vérifier,
colleague
Madame,
will
si
be
c'est
able
possible.
to
Je vais
support
revenir avec
you
une réponse,
when
qu'elle soit
you have to
favorable ou
answer
non
to that.
défavorable.
Oui,
I
d'accord,
will come
parfait.
back to
Donc,
the
Mme
question,
Morin,
be
c'était
it
une
good
grande
or not.
question.
Thank you
Et
so much,
pour le
Madame
moment,
Morin. That
Hydro-Québec
was a
va la
very good
prendre en
question.
délibéré.
Hydro-Québec
Est-ce que vous avez
will
une
answer
deuxième
to that
question?
later on. Do you have a a second question?
Oui, j'ai une deuxième grande question concernant l'acceptabilité sociale.
Big question.
Ça fait au moins 2 ans qu'il y a une multitude de groupes, d'organisations de tous les secteurs de la société civile qui demandent
There's a big
BAP générique
group
sur
from
l'éolien.
every sector
Et
of
le gouvernement a
society,
toujours
civil
refusé
society,
de
that
même chez
are
Hydro-Québec.
looking at this
Hydro-Québec
bubble
aurait la
on the
possibilité
wind
pour chaque
project.
appel
And the
d'offres
government also always refused, as did
de
Hydro-Québec.
demander aux municipalités de faire un
Hydro-Québec had the
référendum
possibility
pour
to
ce-
have
pour ce
call for
je cherche le mot, là, mais pour
tenders
que
and to ask
l'acceptabilité sociale
municipalities to
soit
have
démontrée
a
par
referendum.
référendum.
And
Il y a eu donc
so that social
on a eu des
acceptability
rencontres avec
be
Hydro-Québec
seen
où on s'est fait dire
by this
Hydro-Québec
referendum.
ne veut pas
We had meetings
imposer la
with
démocratie.
Hydro-Québec
Alors,
where we were told that Hydro-Québec doesn't want to impose
donc on est
democracy.
présentement dans une
So we are right
situation
now in a
où
situation
les
where
populations ont pas leur mot à dire, ou
populations
sont peu
do
écoutées.
not
Et
have
on
their
a des
voice,
exemples, par
or
exemple,
we're not
ailleurs,
listening to
comme à
them much.
Mauricie, où
And
aux
we have
dernières
other
élections
examples, like
municipales,
in
les équipes
Mauricie,
municipales ont complètement changé.
during
Et
the
les projets
last
de parc éolien
municipal
ont été
elections,
massivement refusés. Alors là,
the
c'est comme si
municipal teams completely
les nouveaux
changed,
élus
and
ont
the
pris compte,
projects
fait
of
et
wind
compte
farms have been refused massively.
des désirs de la population, finalement.
So the
Alors, la
newly
question que je
elected
me pose, c'est que l'acceptabilité sociale,
saw
on nous dit tout le temps
the
que c'est de la
desire of the
discussion.
population.
En
So the
fait,
question that I'm
ça
asking
dépend
myself is
des
that
élus
social
municipaux,
accessibility,
autrement dit.
we know that usually
Pour
depends
éviter
on the municipally elected officials.
ce flou, est-ce que
So to
Hydro-Québec ne pourrait
avoid
pas
this
tout simplement,
vagueness, so couldn't
pour
Hydro-Québec
chaque parc
simply,
éolien, chaque
for
projet
each
éolien,
wind project, each wind farm,
le
to
projet soit accepté à
insist
condition
that the
qu'il y ait
project be
un
accepted,
référendum
whether
qui
there's a
soit
condition that
accepté par
there's
les
a
populations riveraines.
referendum that's accepted by the
Monsieur
populations close to the rivers. Mr.
Encore là,
Scully?
Madame la Présidente,
Again,
Yannick Scully Hydro-Québec,
Madame
je dois dire, ce n'est pas en
Présidente
vertu du
Yannick
projet qu'on
Scully de
regarde ici,
Hydro-Québec.
PEDG,
It's not
mais je vais répondre
for
à
the
Madame.
project that we're looking at,
Vous avez vos
PEDG.
pratiques
Well,
en
it's
termes
certainly
de contractuels, en
broader,
termes
so you
de
have your
production
practices in
privée.
terms of
Vous avez peut-être déjà eu
contracts
des
and
discussions
private
avec
production, and
ces
you may have
promoteurs-là
already
qui soumissionnent
have
pour
discussions
obtenir
with
ces
these
projets-là.
promoters
J'imagine
who
que
have
l'acceptabilité
submitted
sociale
to obtain
dans
these
votre
projects.
contrat,
I imagine that social acceptability
ça
in your
entre
contract
quand même en ligne de compte au niveau
does
des vérifications que le
enter
promoteur aurait fait.
into
Donc,
alignment
non, vous n'exigez
where
pas pour le moment de
verifications with the
référendum. Je
promoter
pense que
are
tout le monde
done.
le comprend
So I don't
bien.
think that for
Est-ce que
now
c'est quelque chose que vous
you
avez déjà envisagé?
you require a
Je veux préciser une chose
referendum.
à ce
Is it
sujet-là,
something that
Madame,
you've
pour le projet
always
PEDG.
ever
Le
thought
projet
about?
PEDG a été développé
So
en
I would
fait,
like to
suite
mention
au projet de
something
PEDDN
regarding
et a été,
the PG
c'était un contrat
project.
de
It
gré
was
à gré, non
developed
pas suite à un appel d'offres.
with
L'autre chose que je veux
PDN,
préciser,
so it was
c'est que le
a
développement du
voluntary
projet de la
contract,
responsabilité
not
du promoteur et non pas d'Hydro-Québec.
RFP
Hydro-Québec, son
with
rôle
RFPs.
et sa responsabilité, c'est
So
l'achat d'électricité
I'd like
provenant
to
de
mention
l'installation
that
de
the
production
project development is
d'électricité.
the responsibility of the
Donc,
promoter
à ce
and not
point-là. Donc, tout
Hydro-Québec.
ce qui concerne
The role and responsibility of Hydro-Québec
dans le cas
is
de
the
PEDG,
buying
l'acceptabilité sociale ou
electricity
le processus
coming from
environnemental
this
à l'intérieur
facility.
duquel il existe quand même des conditions de consultation.
So it's in this
Ça
point
fait
that it's
partie des normes
concerns in the case of
ministérielles.
PG, social
Appartient à ce moment-là au
acceptability
Madame
for
Morin,
the environmental
je pense
process,
qu'avec la réponse que
within
M. Scully
which
vient de
we
faire,
can
on
see
peut
that there
penser
are
que
consultation
la réponse, c'est non.
So it's part
Hydro-Québec
of the
n'envisage
ministerial
pas d'exiger un
standards.
référendum et
So, Madame Morin, I think
son
that
modus
the answer of Mr.
operandi,
Scully,
c'est de
what he mentioned is that the answer is
demander
no. So
de
Hydro-Québec
confier à
usually thinks
l'initiateur
about
finalement toute cette
does not want to have a
vérification-là,
referendum
cette
and its
conversation-là
modus
au niveau de
operandi.
l'acceptabilité sociale, comme vous
So
avez
they
dit, on
believe
qualifie ça de,
that we would give this to the
conversation.
initiator finally.
Madame
So all this
Cyr, de votre
verification,
côté,
the
je sais
social
que
acceptability
vous
level,
aviez
we
un
qualify
complément
this in this
d'information à
conversation.
fournir à
So,
Madame
Madame
Papillon,
Cyr, on your
qui est
side,
venue
I
tout à
know
l'heure.
that you
On
had
va
some
faire ça
extra
après
information
la
to give to
question que
Madame
je vais vous
Papillon, and
poser,
we're going
parce
to
que
do
c'est
this
en
a
droite
bit
ligne
later
avec la
after
question
the
de Madame Morin.
question that
À
I'm going to ask
Grosse-Île,
you. So it's
est-ce qu'il y
in
a
line
eu
with Madame
des
Morin's question. So
velléités de
in Grosse,
référendum? Est-ce qu'il y a eu
à Grosse-Île,
possibilité? Est-ce que la
did
municipalité a
people
déjà
want to have
regardé la
referendums?
possibilité de faire un
Did the
référendum à Grosse-Île?
actually ever considered to have referendums at Grosse-Île?
Karina Cyr, directrice générale par intérim à Grosse-Île. Oui,
Karina Cyr, so executive director for
des
interim
citoyens
in Grosse-Île. So yes, certainly, there was a consultation sessions with citizens where citizens asked for the possibility for referendums, and I did find out what is the legal procedures to have a referendum. And for this type of project, it was not possible. A consulting referendum was possible. However,
c'est un peu semblable. Parce que,
a petition is a little bit similar. Because obviously, because we are a separate municipality from the Magdalene Islands, we're still in the maritime community, so a referendum would have been for the maritime community generally and not only for Grosse-Île. Okay, thank you so much. I would allow you to add some more information for Madame Papillon. So after thinking about this question and having a little bit of difficulty of understanding between English and French, especially at this time, at this hour, I realized that maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought that you had asked whether we had a law only for us in terms of distances. But by speaking with my colleague, we do have laws that are modified to ensure our concordance with the maritime community's laws. So I'm going to deduce that distances seem similar, and there were modifications for zoning to ensure that we have the same laws. So we do have a law, but it's not an independent law. So this is how I can say it. Okay, thank you so much. Madame Morin, in terms of your two questions, so listen, Mr. Scully do have a few, has a little bit of homework to do, so we're going to continue this conversation tomorrow afternoon. We're going to try to answer
Merci, Madame Morin. Bonne soirée.
Thank you, Madame Morin.
Monsieur Léonard Chevrier.
Have a good evening.
Ensuite,
so,
Monsieur André
by
Thom,
phone,
qui est également en
Mr.
téléphone.
Léonard Chevrier, and after that, Monsieur André Thom, who is also by telephone.
Monsieur Chevrier, êtes-vous là?
Mr. Chevrier, are you there?
Monsieur Chevrier?
Monsieur Chevrier?
Peut-être que Monsieur Chevrier trouve qu'il
Maybe
commence à se
Mr.
faire tard.
Chevrier
Monsieur Chevrier, est-ce que vous êtes
feels
là?
that it's getting very late. Mr. Chevrier, are you still there?
Bon. Ben, écoutez, je vais passer Madame
okay.
Mélanie
So I'm
Bourgeois
going
qui
to-
est en salle, puis on
I
reviendra à
will
Monsieur
listen to
Chevrier.
Madame Mélanie Bourgeois, who is in the room, and then we're going to get back to Mr. Chevrier.
Rebonsoir, merci.
Good evening once again. Thank you so much. Two questions that are maybe a little bit naive, but I felt like asking them anyways. No worries, it's my specialty. We're looking about planks, and there were maybe mitigation measures around wind turbines and access roads. So I was wondering
Monsieur
how
Leblanc,
it's
est-ce que vous
installed.
auriez
Is
pas une
it
photo?
at the level of the ground, or is it coming out of it? So, Mr. Leblanc, would you have a picture?
Alors,
oui,
essayez d'en faire la meilleure description si vous n'avez pas de photo.
Try to make the best description possible if you don't have a photo. Pale planche, those are boards, those are stabilizing techniques that we're going to use for coastlines, that we're going to use in harbors, and that can be used in a temporary way to dig formations and for dikes, for example, and these were used for the wind farm in the Dune du Nord in a less deep way. So they have vertical surfaces that are put down in the ground, and they will be one on top of the other a little bit, and I would say it's like a dike, and then it's going to retain the ground.
Vous l'enfoncez complètement.
So it's a little bit outside the ground. No, we're going to put it right under the ground, underground. So based on the final design,
enfoncé là, à 10 ou 15 mètres. Là,
we could put it maybe deep of 10, 15 meters. And it will allow that if there's an extreme case and there's a climate event, and there was no prevention for erosion, an action that we can put in place because we're going to be able to see what's coming. And we did have some extreme events. It's a design that's going to allow, if the project is accepted, of course,
de conserver là, la solidité des fondations jusqu'à un retrait de perte verticale là, qui serait de 6 mm selon le design qui est actuellement
solid
évalué. Pour petite
at
précision,
a
comme ce
setback of a vertical setback of 6 or 8 meters based on the design. So this will be assessed, of course. When we're looking at the map, and when we're looking at the wind turbine foundations that are closer to the coastlines, 2005, 2060. So these are for these planks in the roads. They're a little bit further. So outside of the zone, we're going to look at this setback margin. And
merci, Monsieur Leblanc. Madame Bourgeois,
when there are
attendez,
big
on va aller voir
climate
Monsieur Caron
changes for those
du
roads.
ministère de la
So
Sécurité
these
publique.
are solutions that will
Monsieur Caron,
improve
vous en pensez
the
quoi
roads.
des pales planches
So this will reduce,
comme outil ou comme mesure
flooding.
pour prévenir
So
l'affouillement,
thank you so
l'érosion?
much, Monsieur Leblanc. So what do you think of these measures to help? So hello, my name is Monsieur Caron. I'm the department public safety department. So I will be careful on how I'm answering because these planks are a engineering solution.
Dans certains cas, c'est une bonne solution. Dans
In
d'autres, les
certain
moins,
cases, it's a
c'est pour
good
ça que
solution,
c'est pas la solution qui est toujours
sometimes it's
recommandée.
recommended, but
Donc,
sometimes it's not recommended. It's
Est-ce que
based,
vous
the
avez,
experts can
est-ce que
tell
c'est quand
us.
même une solution que vous
But is
avez
it
déjà
still a
vu
solution
passer?
that you've already seen?
Oui, c'est des solutions qui sont
Yes, these
de
are
type
solutions
rigide, là, qui sont
that
couramment
are
utilisées
rigid
en termes de
and that
protection
are
côtière.
often used in terms
Merci
of
beaucoup.
coastline
Madame
protection.
Bourgeois, avez-vous une
Okay,
autre
thank you so
question?
much. Madame Bourgeois, do you have any other questions?
Juste pour
Actually, I
culture
was
générale, je me demandais s'il y avait des
asking
exemples de succès
for general culture.
pour
I
des
was
parcs
wondering if there were
éoliens similaires en
examples
dune
for
bordure
successful
et si
success
oui,
stories
c'était connu,
for
si c'était possible de
wind
partager
farms that are
quelques
similar
exemples à la commission.
for
Si vous
like
avez des références
types
dans ce
of
sens-là.
dunes that are on the coastline.
Monsieur Leblanc.
And then could you share some examples with
De
the
notre
commission?
connaissance, non, il n'y a pas de
Monsieur Leblanc?
parc de notre connaissance.
We do not know of
qui a mis en
any
place
wind
ces
farms
structures-là.
that
Donc,
were
on est
put
vraiment
in
dans un milieu
place
très
in
innovant,
this type of dune. So we are actually a little bit more innovative. So in Quebec, there's no wind farm installed
Au Québec,
in
oui, ça, je
this
m'en doutais,
type
je me demandais juste
of
comme ailleurs dans le monde. Je cherchais un peu, mais je me demandais s'il y avait comme déjà des
so that's very
continuer la
unique.
recherche, c'est correct.
Okay, so I'm going to continue my
Merci
research.
beaucoup,
That's okay.
bonsoir.
Okay, thank you so much. Good
Alors,
evening.
Nous allons maintenant
We're going
réessayer
to
de
now
communiquer
try
avec
to
Monsieur
communicate
André
with
Thorne.
Mr. André Thorne. It's not working.
Il n'est pas là pour l'instant. Fait que j'ai plus personne. Bon, alors apparemment...
Attendez, so
Madame la
apparently...
Présidente.
Ah oui,
I'm
OK.
sorry, Madame,
oui, mon Dieu, la
Je viens
voix,
juste de finir les tests.
la voix du ciel, d'accord.
Is the voice of
Je viens
heaven.
juste de finir les tests
Okay.
avec M.
I
Tom.
just finished
Normalement,
the
vous
test with
devriez
Mr.
pouvez
Tom.
l'appeler, là, puis ça
Normally,
il devrait être disponible.
Parfait.
You should
Alors,
be
on attend.
able to call him and he should be available. Perfect, so we'll wait.
Oui, allô?
Oui,
Yes,
bonjour,
hello.
Monsieur Thorne.
Hello,
la commission
Mr.
vous
Thorne.
écoute.
Entendez-vous?
Oui,
The commission
on
is
vous
listening
entend.
to you. Can you hear me?
Oui,
Yes, we hear you.
parfait. Merci
Perfect.
beaucoup pour
Thank you so
de
much
ma première question.
allow me to ask my question.
Là,
So for
on
my first
projette
question,
dans les 30 prochaines
right
années
now
avec
we're
un
going
contrat
to
d'éolienne à la Grosse-Île.
have a project for 30 next years with wind farm in
La
Grosse-Île.
personne qui s'occupe de la mine de sel
The
est capable de
person
se projeter
of
de reculer de
the salt
30 ans.
mine, could they
C'est-à-dire en
go
février
backwards by 30
96.
years?
En février
30 years.
96, il y a
For
30 ans,
example,
aujourd'hui,
February
la mine de sel
1996,
était
so that's
fermée.
30 years ago, the salt mine was closed because of a flooding. So if you're going to go to Google, you're going to click on inondation Maine-Solène, so that's flooding. You're going to see a flood that happened in April 1990, 30 years ago, for 240 liters per minute. So there was a plant, there was a salt mine that was closed until 1997. So there were 200 employees, and what was really shocking is that this water was infiltrated in the, in the subterranean areas, and that it moved the terrain. So I did some research on Google. I have 45 years. I'm 45 years old, and I was going on VTT on 10 terrains from there. So in 1997, we had to actually, it was completely blocked. The road was blocked, so we had to go to high school by boat because the road was blocked. So there might be flooding, so this is not, it's not giving me a lot of assurance. How can they guarantee the integrity of the site for the 30 next years? And wondering if they dug to see if there would be Dolan or something like that. Because when I went by, four-wheelers, I saw that there was a lot of
ils veulent faire construire des éoliennes sur ce terrain-là. Êtes-vous capable de m'expliquer ça?
Bon, d'accord. On va commencer par
regarder
du côté de M. Dremer comme propriétaire du terrain. Est-ce que vous êtes au courant de ces fissures, pas d'inondation,
wind turbines on
est-ce que vous remarquez des éléments en surface?
So when we're talking about cracks, do you see things on the surface that is worrisome? Jean-Baptiste Romer, Salvador. So I have no knowledge of cracks on this terrain. So what's happening right now? You just have this property and you're not using it? Yes, exactly. So now when the geotechnical studies have been completed, did you notice that there was any instability? Or are we guaranteeing that the ground and underground is completely compatible with the work that you want to do?
Comme vous le mentionnez, Madame Paul, nous avons fait faire des forages géotechniques pour garantir, pour avoir les propriétés du sol aux endroits où nous emplacements, où nous prévoyons avoir des éoliennes. Et ces données de sol montrent que le sol pourra supporter les fondations des éoliennes, puis il n'y a pas d'enjeu qui a été mentionné dans nos forages géotechniques. La géomorphologie du sol est tenue en compte dans les techniques de fondation qui vont être mises en place pour le parc éolien de Grosse-Île s'il est accepté.
Donc, M. Thorne, comme vous voyez, l'initiateur n'est pas vraiment inquiet. Il a fait les études qu'il fallait pour aller vérifier la nature de son sol et de son sous-sol. C'est la réponse que vous avez. Est-ce que vous avez une deuxième question?
Juste comme un complémentaire, au niveau des infiltrations d'eau, est-ce que la personne responsable de la mine Solène est capable de nous donner un peu plus d'informations pour les infiltrations d'eau qu'il pourrait y avoir dans la mine, qui pourrait aller perturber le sol, des éoliennes qui se trouvent au-dessus de la mine?
Monsieur Dremer, est-ce que votre mine est une mine? J'imagine que votre mine ne peut pas être opérée avec de l'eau, vous minez du sel. C'est un peu gênant. Est-ce que vous faites une...
Non, mais c'est un peu gênant. La mine de sel va en dessous de l'eau. La mine de sel se poursuit à des kilomètres en dessous de l'eau.
D'accord.
Des kilomètres.
Est-ce que vous avez une surveillance au niveau une surveillance hydrogéologique autour de votre mine? Est-ce que vous suivez l'évolution de la nappe phréatique ou d'infiltration?
Have you conducted a thorough analysis of the site?
Je vais essayer de vous expliquer simplement comment
Simply put, this is how we do.
Un dôme de sel, par définition, est complètement isolé de l'extérieur.
Dome is isolated
évidemment, on ne peut pas avoir d'eau à l'intérieur de la mine.
Which means they can not be water.
les deux seuls accès qui existent entre l'extérieur et la mine, ce sont les deux puits. Que vous pouvez imaginer quand vous vous promenez sur la route, les deux chevalements qui sont sur le côté, ce sont les deux puits d'accès. L'inondation qui a lieu en 1995 a lieu dans un des puits, puits numéro 2, le puits de production, celui où il y a la structure de béton, la première quand on arrive de et donc c'est un problème avec le tubage à l'intérieur du puits qui a permis à l'eau dans l'aquifère et à proximité de la surface de s'infiltrer à l'intérieur de la mine. Depuis que cet incident a eu lieu, les puits ont été refaits, les liners, les tubages ont été complètement refaits. Et il y a évidemment de façon extrêmement régulière des campagnes de surveillance par du personnel spécialisé à la mine qui descend dans les puits, qui font des inspections, qui regardent s'il y a présence d'eau. Et parfois, on fait de l'injection de produits chimiques pour s'assurer que s'il pourrait y avoir une petite fissure dans le béton et un petit peu d'eau qui pourrait éventuellement rentrer, on fait une injection et on s'assure que tout ça soit colmaté. Donc, les puits sont extrêmement surveillés en termes de présence d'eau, de façon hebdomadaire, avec des mesures correctives très proactives. Donc, il n'y a pas de risque associé. Le risque nul n'existe pas, évidemment, c'est déjà arrivé une fois. Mais je vous dirais qu'il y a vraiment un problème de surveillance extrêmement sévère.
Je vous remercie beaucoup. Monsieur Thorne, c'était la réponse de Monsieur Dramer. Je pense qu'elle était quand même assez complète. Est-ce que ça va pour vous?
Merci beaucoup.
Ça me fait plaisir.
On va une deuxième question. Juste pour éviter la gêne, la mine se poursuit de gauche à droite là, sous la mer. C'est comme connu. Il n'y a pas de problème. Vous ne pouvez pas tout savoir. Mais c'est ça, la mine est quand même dépasse les niveaux terrestres. En sous-sol. À partir de là, la deuxième question, c'est pour le corps sous-marin. Je sais que j'ai écouté le 5h15 hier soir. Puis là, j'ai écouté toute la soirée encore aujourd'hui. C'est super, parfait, merci. À partir de là, le corps souterrain a été rejeté comme option. En 1880, à voile et à vapeur, on a transporté un câble qui reliait la Nouvelle-Écosse à l'île du Cap-Breton à la Grande Échouerie pour le télégraphe en 1880. En 2026, nous, les Madelinots, on va encore passer pour des pollueurs pour les prochaines décennies, comme les dernières décennies, comme quoi qu'on consomme du gaz naturel, On ne sera pas sauvé par les éoliennes, vous le savez tant bien que moi. Une dépense de 2,2 milliards. 2,2 milliards, c'est les profits d'Hydro-Québec pour un trimestre. Ma question, pourquoi est-ce que cette option-là n'est pas évaluée plus sérieusement? On vend de l'électricité aux Américains. Je pense qu'on pourrait régler ce problème-là une fois pour toutes. Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine sont vantées à travers le Québec, à travers le monde. Je pense qu'on pourrait se payer un beau score électrique et régler ce problème-là une fois pour toutes. Qu'est-ce que c'est que le panel peut me répondre là-dessus?
D'accord. On va s'adresser à M. Scully d'Hydro-Québec. On a déjà abordé cette question-là. M. Scully nous a déjà dit que c'était surtout une question de coût. Je ne pense pas que ce soit un empêchement technique. Est-ce que ce genre de câble sous-marin-là pour alimenter une population de l'importance des Îles-de-la-Madeleine, est-ce que techniquement c'était faisable?
Madame la présidente, bien exprimé d'Hydro-Québec. Tout est faisable techniquement. Cependant, Hydro-Québec a bien évalué la situation et a quand même dit ce n'était pas responsable en tant que société d'État et envers la responsabilité qu'on a envers la clientèle québécoise d'aller de l'avant avec un tel projet. Pour des raisons économiques. C'est ça qu'on a annoncé l'année passée et encore cette année pour aller de l'avant avec le projet central. Dans le cas du câble sous-marin, comme j'ai mentionné plus tôt, on a estimé à plus de 2,5 milliards de dollars le coût du câble. Il faut considérer aussi à l'intérieur de ce projet-là, pour assurer la stabilité et la fiabilité du réseau, d'avoir une nouvelle centrale quand même, étant donné que la centrale actuelle est en sa fin de vie. Et la nouvelle centrale, je vous dis, j'ai pas de chiffre exact, mais on peut évaluer ça aussi à quelques milliards de dollars versus qu'est-ce qui est annoncé, par exemple, par l'énergie de Nouveau-Brunswick.
We can get the information from Energy New Brunswick. They were talking about $1.2 billion.
Tout dépendant de la motorisation, de la technologie qui est utilisée, c'est sûr et certain, mais les projets en ce moment énergétiques vont en croissance de coûts. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'il faut dire, à ce moment-là, pour les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, le plus de 2,5 milliards plus la nouvelle centrale, plus les améliorations qu'Hydro-Québec apporte quand même au réseau et les activités que l'on fait en efficacité énergétique font en sorte qu'à un moment donné, la décision a été prise pour tout l'ensemble de la population parce que l'impact, c'est pas seulement pour les îles, mais c'est pour l'ensemble de la population québécoise.
Merci, M. Scully. M. Thorne, c'est la réponse que Hydro-Québec nous fournit. Sur ce, je vais vous souhaiter une bonne soirée. Je vous remercie beaucoup d'avoir participé. Nous allons mettre fin à nos travaux pour ce soir. Merci beaucoup d'être resté dans la salle.
Thank you so much for being here.
Il en reste un? Ah, flûte. OK, on a retrouvé Monsieur restez assis. On a retrouvé Monsieur Chevrier.
Mr. Chevrier.
Merci, Alexandre. On a retrouvé Monsieur Chevrier. Donc, Monsieur Chevrier, est-ce que vous êtes
Chevrier, are you hearing us okay?
Monsieur Chevrier?
Mr. Chevrier.
Monsieur Chevrier.
Mr. Chevrier.
Je veux vraiment pas y couper son droit de parole. On va attendre un peu.
Excusez, désolé, Madame Paul. Monsieur Chevrier lève la main. On dirait qu'il n'a pas accès à son micro.
Écoutez, on va essayer de vous laisser régler ça.
Je vais essayer d'aller le voir c'est quoi le problème.
OK. Puis donnez-nous des nouvelles.
Yes, just give us a feedback.
Oui, Monsieur Leblanc, vous voulez meubler le temps, là?
Mr. Leblanc?
Je profiterai du temps qu'on a, Mme Paul, pour faire une petite précision par rapport aux commentaires de M. Thorne pour le bénéfice de la Commission, le bénéfice des gens qui nous écoutent sur place et en ligne. Je voudrais rappeler que le projet éolien n'est pas au-dessus de la mine de mine Célène, mais que l'éolienne la plus proche est à 300 mètres des galeries les plus proches de mine Célène.
D'accord, merci.
To the site. Thank you.
Combien de temps?
Madame la Présidente?
Oui, je vous écoute.
Donnez-moi un instant.
Yes.
Oui, donnez-moi un instant. J'essaie de remettre... Là, normalement, je pense que... Oui, c'est à vous, M. Chevrier. La Commission vous entend. On vous entend, M. Chevrier. Allez-y.
OK, merci beaucoup. Pour revenir à ma question de ce soir, à propos du démantèlement des éoliennes en cas de bris ou en fin de durée de vie, une petite historique à propos de l'ancienne petite éolienne de 37 mètres à la Cormoradière, parce que les panélistes n'avaient pas l'information. Elle a été construite en 1967 par Hydro-Québec, le Conseil national de recherche du Canada et l'IREC.
créer la recherche électrique
National
d'Hydro-Québec.
Council of Service
Elle a
Canada
été
was creating
démantelée en
Hydro-Québec.
2019 par
It was
Hydro-Québec.
decommissioned in
42 ans plus tard, pour
2019.
fonctionner.
That
Là, je
was
voudrais savoir
42
qui a
years
autorité
later. I would like to know who
sur le
authorized
démantèlement du côté du promoteur. C'est Hydro-Québec qui a
that this
l'autorité
should
pour
be
le démantèlement
decommissioned.
ou c'est qui
Is
prend
it
décision à la
Hydro-Québec
dernière minute?
that
Là? Ça marche
gives
plus. Vous avez des
approval
assurances, n'importe
for
quoi, mais
decommissioning?
qui fait quoi? Parce que là,
Who
42
does
ans
what?
par Hydro-Québec
42
avant
years
de démonter une petite
later?
éolienne.
Monsieur
Is it
Scully,
enough?
si j'ai bien compris tout
Is
à
it
l'heure de la
not
réponse que
enough?
vous avez faite, c'était
From what I
Hydro-Québec qui a
understood,
décidé
Hydro-Québec
de la
decided
démanteler.
to decommission.
Madame la Présidente, Yannick Scully,
Decide,
Hydro-Québec. Oui, c'est
Madam Chair,
Hydro-Québec qui a
yes,
décidé de la
Hydro-Québec
démanteler
decided
après des
for
discussions
that
avec
commissioning
le milieu
after
local et
discussing
dans sa
with all the
responsabilité
local
corporative,
communities
bien que
and
l'éolienne lui
the
appartenait
various
pas à ce
stakeholders,
moment-là.
even if the
D'accord. Mais au
turbine
départ,
was
vous
not,
étiez en fait
their property.
partenaire avec un
At
institut
that time, you
deux
were
instituts de recherche
collaborating with
parce que
two
c'était
research
expérimental
institutes.
comme
I
Exact. De
believe
l'histoire de
it
cette
was,
éolienne-là, c'est
an
une
experimental
éolienne à
issue.
axe
Yes.
vertical.
Ouais.
Qui était vraiment
There were
un projet
vertical turbines.
expérimental
It was an
et
experimental
qui a été
program
développé avec
which was
Hydro-Québec,
developed
oui,
with
mais c'est en fin de
Hydro-Québec,
compte
yes,
l'Institut de recherche
but it
d'Hydro-Québec
was
qui a travaillé sur ça
the Research
pour
Institute
voir
of Hydro-Québec that
l'utilisation
was
potentielle
involved.
de
We were
tel
trying
type d'éolienne sur son réseau.
Decipher
aux
whether we
Îles-de-la-Madeleine
could use such a turbine
Mais par
on
après,
our
c'était
side.
devenu, à ma connaissance,
Later
et
on,
selon l'historique qu'on peut retrouver sur Google sûrement,
we can
c'était devenu, ça a
check
été
out
racheté par un
on the
propriétaire
net.
privé et
It
ça devait
was
devenir comme
purchased by another owner.
une sorte de musée ou d'exposition
I
sur
think
l'énergie
it became a
dans ce
museum.
secteur-là, mais que ça n'a pas été utilisé et ça a été rendu désuet
Still
et qu'à
in
un
the same
moment donné,
sector, it
sûrement,
was
ça
not
avait
used.
été
It's
rendu
still
dangereux
it was
de laisser sur place
declared
et que,
dangerous
par responsabilité corporative et
to
responsabilité
operate
sociale,
activities there.
Hydro-Québec
So
l'a démantelé.
Hydro-Québec had
Merci
to
beaucoup, Monsieur Scully.
approve
Donc,
for
Monsieur
the
Chevrier,
commission.
voilà,
Mr.
on
Chevrier,
a encore eu un autre petit bout de l'histoire.
this
Est-ce que
is
vous avez
another
une autre question?
gist of the story.
On
Do you
vous
have
écoute.
any other question? Yes.
Ben, c'est la même. On m'a pas
Go ahead.
répondu à ma question.
Ben,
Qui a l'autorité
I
pour
don't
le
think they
démantèlement? C'est
answered
encore
my
une compagnie
question.
privée
Who
qui l'a, mais qui a
approved-
l'autorité sur cette compagnie-là
who has
pour
authority
ordonner un
over
démantèlement
decommission?
en
Là,
Côte-d'Avarie?
on parle,
Aside.
est-ce qu'on parle de l'ancienne éolienne
Are
expérimentale
you
ou on
talking
parle
about
du
the
projet qu'on examine
former
aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'on
experimenting
parle du projet de Grosse-Île?
Le projet,
wind farm?
Du projet?
oui, le projet de Grosse-Île et les
Yes,
deux
the
existants,
Grosse-Île,
qui a
the Grosse-Île
priorité, a autorité sur le démantèlement pour dire
is
aux
in
compagnies,
charge
il fonctionne plus, il faut que ça sorte de là. C'est
of
qui
the
a l'autorité?
decommissioning?
Prend les décisions.
That who
Monsieur
takes the
Leblanc.
decision? Mr. Leblanc?
Bien, en fait, pour le parc...
Monsieur parle d'autorité, mais moi je parlerais de
Mr. is
responsabilité.
talking
Tout à
about
fait.
Oh, la
authority, and
responsabilité, je pense que
then
c'est
we're talking
vous.
about responsibility.
Vous allez exactement où
Who
j'allais,
has it?
Madame
I
Paul.
think it's you.
Effectivement, la
Exactly,
responsabilité
you're
du
saying what I was going to say. So the responsibility
appartient
for
au
the
propriétaire
dismantlement
des actifs.
is
Donc, nous avons
the
un
owner
engagement, une
with
responsabilité de
the
procéder au
assets.
démantèlement
So we have
lors de
a
deux
responsibility
conditions,
to do the
soit à
dismantlement
l'arrêt du contrat avec
during
Hydro-Québec,
two conditions,
lorsqu'il y a un
either
arrêt
at
de
the stopping
production
of the
parce que le parc
contract
est
with
arrivé en fin de
Hydro-Québec,
vie. Donc, nous avons un
when there's a
contrat
stopping
pour,
of
les
production,
éoliennes de Dune du Nord pour
when
20
the park, when
ans.
the
Et
wind
nous avons un
farm
contrat,
has
c'est le projet
come
de
to
parc
its
éolienne Grosse-Île
the end of its life.
pour 30 ans.
We have
Et
a
à la fin de
contract
ce
for
contrat-là, il peut
these
y avoir des
turbines of
renouvellements, mais qui
du
n'enlèvent
Nord,
pas
of
la
the North,
responsabilité
for 20
du
years.
propriétaire
And
de
we have a
procéder au
contract.
démantèlement
This
lorsqu'il
is
y a
the
une fin de
Grosse-Île
contrat avec
wind farm.
Hydro-Québec ou lorsqu'il
For
y a
30 years,
une
and at the end of that contract, we might have renewals.
pendant
But
plus de
does
24
not
mois,
take
il peut y
away the
avoir une
responsibility.
demande d'Hydro-Québec
So the
de procéder
owner
au
has to
démantèlement.
dismantle.
C'est notre responsabilité. Par contre,
When
je peux
there's
pas parler
a
pour
contract
le cas passé
ending with
de l'ancienne
Hydro-Québec.
éolienne, mais dans le cas qui nous préoccupe, là, du parc éolien de
But
Grosse-Île,
for more than
même chose pour
24
le parc éolien
months,
de Dune du Nord, en
there
plus
might
d'avoir cette
be a
responsabilité-là, nous
request
avons
from
un engagement
Hydro-Québec
contractuel auprès
to do a
d'Hydro-Québec de le
dismantling.
réaliser
So,
et des garanties financières qui peuvent permettre ultimement à Hydro-Québec
so
d'exercer le
this is
démantèlement.
the same thing for the partner for the
procédait pas.
dunes of the north. Right? So we have a contractual obligation with Hydro-Québec.
Si le propriétaire vend, le nouveau propriétaire est en
Mr.
charge
Chevrier,
du
we have an
démantèlement.
answer.
Madame
So it's
Leclerc, j'aimerais juste
the
faire une petite
owner that is
vérification
doing
auprès de
this.
vous.
So he must
L'initiateur nous
dismantle. Madame
indique
Leclerc,
que
I would
son
like to
véhicule,
verify
on va dire,
something with you. So
financier,
the initiator
c'est des lettres de
is saying
crédit,
that
des garanties
his
financières.
vehicle to
Est-ce que le ministère a
have
déjà examiné la
letters of
possibilité d'aller
credit
plutôt
and financial
vers
guarantees.
un fonds en
Would
fiducie,
the
comme ça
department
se fait au
prefer
niveau des
the
lieux d'officiants?
possibility to have fiduciary
Oui, je crois que ça a
funds
déjà
as we
été
do
dans les
with
décrets de parc éolien il y a plusieurs années, mais maintenant, c'est plus la façon
elsewhere?
de fonctionner.
So
Les
yes, I
garanties
think that in
financières
the
sont vraiment
next
dans les contrats entre
years,
l'initiateur et
in the
le
last years, this is how we
Parce
were
qu'ils
doing
sont dans
it,
le contrat,
but
vous
no
ne
longer.
l'exigez plus au niveau des conditions
So
conditions
this is how it was
particulières là,
working
attachées à
with
l'autorisation.
landfills.
Pour des
So
garanties
now
financières, non, on n'exige
you
rien. OK,
have these
parfait.
different
Merci beaucoup.
conditions that are linked
Monsieur
to the
Chevrier, on va
authorization.
clore ce
So
soir la
for
séance.
financial
Je vous
guarantees,
remercie
so
beaucoup
we
pour vos
don't ask for
questions.
anything. So thank you so
Donc, je
much,
vais refaire
Mr. Chevrier.
mon
We
mot de
will close
clôture.
this
Je vous remercie tout le monde
session.
de
Thank you
votre
so much for your
patience, de votre
questions.
participation.
So
C'est
I'm going to
excessivement
give my
apprécié. Merci à
closure
tous.
talk.
Et nous
So thank you so
reprendrons
much for your
demain
patience,
à
your
13h.
participation. It's
Heure des
very
Îles.
well appreciated.
Ici.
So thank you
Merci.
to everyone, and we will start again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Magdalen Island time. Thank you.